Marshal Dan McClan, Steve Lockyer, our coroner, Chief Billy Boland, Assistant Chief Phil Smith, and ISP Justin Bean, who's part of our task force. As everybody knows, we're here today because we were seeking out this particular fugitive from Alabama who had been in on a capital murder offense and had been in Evansville for approximately 1 week. We were fortunate to have cooperation from law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, our U.S. Marshal Task Force, which is comprised of members of the Sheriff's Office, the Indiana State Police, and the Evansville Police Department and the U.S. Marshal Service. Because of all the resources, we received a lot of tips. We got some good surveillance videos that showed a pickup truck that had been left at a car wash, and then a subsequent vehicle that they took and escaped in from the car wash, which was a Cadillac. We recently found out that they'd been staying at a hotel down the road here. It used to be a Motel 6, and now I think it's changed names, and they had a 14-day stay there. We were fortunate that during our investigation yesterday, an Evansville police officer who was just doing his good diligence of patrolling and being smart noticed the vehicle in the parking lot of the hotel and notified us immediately. So the task force members got together, they drove down there, set up surveillance on the hotel. Soon thereafter, the two suspects exited the hotel and fled out of the hotel parking lot northbound on US Highway 41, turned in at an industry known as Anchor here in Evansville. They went through the parking lot, went through a grass field. The members of the U.S. Task Force basically rammed the vehicle and pushed it into a ditch. And we later found out, had they not done that, the fugitive was going to engage in a shootout with law enforcement. So by our quick thinking, our actions, sometimes people may call that unnecessary action, but that action may have saved many of my deputies and fellow law enforcement officers' lives. And that's why I represent the Sheriff's Office. I want to bring my people home, and I don't care about the fugitives' lives if it protects my people's lives. And here I commend them for a job well done. They knew they were going up against a dangerous felon, a murderer, and we have photos of the weapons that were located in the vehicle. There were at least 4 handguns, semi-automatics, 9mm, and this is known as an AR-15, which shoots a .223 caliber round. So any one of these weapons could have been used to ambush our officers while they were attempting to capture a murder suspect. So I commend them for the quick and aggressive action. It probably saved a lot of chaos by doing quick action there. Once the vehicle crashed, the female suspect shot herself. The male suspect gave up when we approached the vehicle. They were both taken out of the vehicle. Life-saving measures was attempted on the female, but she suffered a grave injury and subsequently died at the hospital last night. We interviewed the suspect for quite some time. I don't want to get into all the details of that because some of that may be used against him, but we have him presently in our Vanderbilt County Jail. He signed a waiver of extradition to go back to Alabama. I've notified the sheriff there, and they are going to make arrangements to pick the suspect up and return him to the state of Alabama. Due to safety and security measures, we won't be divulging that to you. It won't be a public spectacle. When he leaves, he'll go out a hidden exit, and it won't be for public display. So we won't divulge the date and time when the Alabama authorities take the prisoner back to Alabama. Once again, I can't shout out enough praise to all the law enforcement here in our community for the hard work that they do. The task force, I was asked by a member, of the media this morning if this was like an odd occurrence. And it's certainly not an odd occurrence. We arrest dangerous felon subjects every single week. We've been involved in multiple shootings in this community. We've shot people, we've been shot at. So this is law enforcement. This is today's law enforcement. It's a very dangerous occupation. So I hope the public realizes what we do is dangerous, and we have to take action to protect ourselves so each and every one of these fine men and women go home to their family and their loved ones, and we don't let the criminal win the war. So I appreciate you being here. That pretty well wraps up what I have to say. We have multiple members here. If anybody wants to add to what I said, you're welcome to do that. Or if anybody has questions they want to ask off this, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Two questions, Sheriff. First of all, we know that Vicki White had $90,000 in cash with her. Have you located that money?
Yeah, we got a photo. They had about $29,000 left over. Here's a picture of the money that was left in the vehicle that we counted last night after we inventoried the vehicles.
And my second question, sir, James, the owner of, or the manager of the car wash who first called police about the truck, will he be receiving the $25,000 reward?
Now, I don't know anything about the reward money.
Is there anyone here who could address that? Because, I mean, it seems like he sort of solved it.
Yeah, and but that would be something that we'll deal with. Right now, that's not on our
How did
radar.
they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
What's that?
How did they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
They purchased the F-150 and drove it here. And where they got the Cadillac, I'm not sure at this moment.
Do you have any idea what they were doing here for?
Well, I think he said that he was just trying to find a place to hide out and lay low. And they thought, they'd driven long enough that they wanted to stop for a while, get their bearings straight, and then figure out their next place to travel.
Do you get any indication that they were visiting anyone potentially at this hotel?
No, we don't believe they have any relatives, friends, or acquaintances in Evansville, Vanderbilt County.
Is there any dash or body camera video of the incident yesterday?
There may be some dash or body camera video. We haven't got that far yet for examining and releasing that.
What about surveillance from the motel?
And there may be, but like I said, that's a lot further into our investigation.
Sheriff, can you please speak to James Stinson, who called apparently on Tuesday to report not only the truck but also the seen images of Casey White with tattoos on his arm, and was told there's nothing we can do right now. It's not reported as a stolen vehicle. Those were his words. Why did it take so long to get a response?
Okay. Well, here, I'll let the police chief answer that.
So I'll back up just a little bit. On May 2nd, we had an officer on the evening of May 2nd proactively driving through lots, and he was running plates just to see if they were stolen. He actually was the first one to run this plate on the evening of May 2nd, and it didn't come back stolen, didn't return anything. On May 4th, we got the call to the car wash, and the first officer went out, and the caller was not on scene when the officer was there. We do have body camera footage of the officer running the plate, looking in the car. He ran the VIN number, and then he left because it was an abandoned vehicle that we can't tow that. It would have to be 48 hours at the owner's request of a place before we can tow it off private property. But the owner of a residence can choose to have it towed on their own. He called back a couple hours later and had not seen the officer on scene, so we sent another officer back out, met with him. The second officer that went out also ran the info and explained the process to him, that we would have to wait 48 hours before we could tow it, but if he wanted to tow it on his own, he could. And that's when they towed the vehicle, was on May 4th after that second run. From everything we've seen, there was no mention that this was connected to Alabama. On the 911 Gives Hope, or 911 audio, there was no mention that it was connected to Alabama. So at that point last week, there was no tie at all to this being involved with anything out of state. There was no mention to it being connected with them. So it was just an abandoned vehicle for us at that point.
Did Casey White explain why he stopped at the car wash?
No, there's no reason. He just happened to pull in there. I think he's going to try to ditch the vehicle there.
Can you clarify the 14-day stay? They were only gone for about 11 days, but you said a 14-day.
That he had paid for 14 days stay at the hotel.
He paid in advance?
What's that? Yes, yes. Uh-huh.
Sheriff, did he give you any sense of an end game? Did they have somewhere they were headed?
Say that again?
Did he give you any sense of an end game, a place that they were
No, no. They said they were just trying to contemplate where they could go and kind of be discreetly away from the public's eye.
Did they have any disguises? Did they have any disguises with them?
Wigs. They had multiple wigs.
Sheriff, presumably he was in this area since, or they were in this area presumably since May 3rd, almost a week. What other interactions have you been able to trace? If they were here that long, surely there were other businesses or whatever that they would have...
Well, to that point, just like yesterday, there's hundreds of tips that come in. Someone claims they've seen the suspects, but we've had people claim they saw them in Richmond, Indiana, and we just go through every single tip. But from my standpoint, we've got the case solved. We've got a person deceased, and we have another person in custody headed back to Alabama. That's my concern.
Hey, Sheriff, when we hear that when he was getting pulled out, when he was coming out of the car, he said, "My wife is dead and I didn't do it." Do we know if that's true, and were they married?
They were not married. They shared the same last name. And our preliminary investigation, we don't believe he shot her, but once the coroner examines the body through a pathology, he can make a determination of that.
Sheriff, how do you know that he was aiming Casey White to have some sort of violent confrontation with police? Obviously, you showed that arsenal of weapons inside the car. Did he express in your interviews with Casey any desire to do that?
Yes. He said that he was probably going to have a shootout at the stake of both of them losing their lives.
Sheriff, did they have a plan? Were they trying to get somewhere? Obviously, he wanted to escape.
Their plan was pretty faulty. They're criminals. Their plan was faulty, and it failed. Thank God.
Say anything about why she shot herself?
Well, no. And once again, what was going through her mind, I have no idea.
Sheriff, did he express how long that relationship had gone on between the two?
And that's under our investigation. We're not going to divulge that right now.
Sheriff, did he express any remorse for her death?
No.
Did you get the sense they were actually doing this together and he was not?
Right. No, he was not forcing her. It was a mutual relationship.
Sheriff, can you clarify where she shot herself?
Well, we'll let the coroner talk about that after the pathology this afternoon.
When is that coroner's report expected?
Well, we think this afternoon.
Well, we're going to initiate this afternoon.
Yeah. The autopsy will be conducted this afternoon, and they'll put a report out when they're ready.
Hey, Sheriff, if you don't know how they got, how did you guys know to look for a Cadillac?
No, we saw the Cadillac in surveillance video at the time they ditched the pickup truck, and then they left in the Cadillac.
Is he cooperating? Will he be facing any charges here?
We're not going to charge him here. He has much more serious charges in Alabama, and we want to get him down there and let them take care of that.
Were any drugs found, Sheriff?
We haven't found any drugs of any significance.
Sheriff, you run a jail. How do you feel that somebody that works in a jail, of course not in a jail, but somebody that works in a jail did this?
Well, it's certainly an unpleasant thought. It's kind of shocking that somebody would do that. But remember, they're human beings, that they have their own minds, and for whatever reason, that they've developed some type of relationship. And so it's startling. But, you know, they're humans, make mistakes.
Sheriff, how many law enforcement vehicles were damaged?
Maybe 3 at most. And that's a small price to pay to stop a murderer.
Were any officers hurt?
Just one had a slight head injury from banging his head inside the vehicle, but he's okay now.
Where did she get the gun that she used on herself?
What's that?
Where did she get the gun that she used?
Well, I have no idea. If we should have had one from her agency, they could have stolen some, they could have bought some, and that's where we're got to piece all that together. If you want to look, here's the pictures of the vehicle. Here's his and hers vehicle here. And this was a ditch that really nobody knew, including the suspects. But this ditch actually helped us in the pursuit, because as they forcibly rammed the vehicle, it turned over on its side, and that disrupted his plan to try to have a shootout with law enforcement. And he even made that statement.
I want to ask you, this has been a whirlwind couple of days for local law enforcement here in Evansville. I know things like this don't happen very often.
Right.
Can you speak to that, just kind of what this was like for you, your department, as well as maybe really doing a time here, the members of the Evansville Police Department, and maybe a collaboration between everyone here?
Well, you remember, in law enforcement, you can be a town like in Posey County where a deputy was shot in the head. You can be in New York City. You can be in Evansville, Indiana. Crime's everywhere. Unexpected crime, violent crime is everywhere. So we never go to work thinking we're not going to encounter an unusual or serious situation. Like I said, our task force members routinely go out and arrest violent felons, murderers, and they get shot at, and they get attacked, and they get resisted. We get involved in pursuits. We're in a very dangerous occupation. And Evansville, Indiana is a fairly large community. I think people forget that. We're 180,000 people, and we're a hub of a very large demographic area, so we serve a population base of over 350,000 people. And it's conducive for criminal activity, and we have to prepare for that every single day.
Sheriff, do you know anything about the provenance of any of those weapons? Is it possible that any of them were part of her service as a corrections officer?
It could be, but right now we will continue our investigation, but that's the least of my worries at this time. But we will try to find an origin for each and every one of these weapons.
And during his cooperative interview last night, did he say anything along the lines of who planned this and how much planning went into?
Yeah, but I'm not going to get into the interview with the detectives.
What about the money? Where did the money come from? Do we know that?
Well, she supposedly maybe sold a home before she left town and got a large sum of money from that.
Was there any negotiation with Vicky before she shot herself?
Was there what?
Any negotiation? Did you have any communication before she shot?
I think she may have had a little bit of communication with our dispatch, possibly. I wasn't aware of it 100%, but I think she may have been talking to our dispatch.
Sheriff, is that a police-ordered issued taser there in that photo?
That's from her duty belt. This is her duty belt she wore as a confinement officer, correction officer in her home state of Alabama.
Hey, Sheriff,
She just took that with her when she left.
And were those in the hotel room or the car? The guns?
In the car? In the car. They were in the vehicle.
hey, Sheriff, after you guys took the initial video at the car wash, what was the indication? How did you guys figure out that they were still maybe in the area?
Well, it was a long, drawn-out process, like the police chief said. It's just bits and pieces of information kept coming in and tying things together, and it wasn't till over the weekend where it looked like more of a possibility that they had been here for sure. And once again, after 6 days, it was just hard to believe they were here. I wouldn't think somebody on the run would stay in a community like Evansville for 6 days. But we brought the resources in and continued our investigation based on the information we had.
Sheriff, following
As
up
far
on
as
that.
in the jail right now, is he being held in the general population or?
No, he's just in a holding area.
Now, they were at the hotel for quite a long time. Is there any indication at all that maybe the clerk or someone who worked there knew it was them? I mean, this is a nationwide manhunt. Could they have possibly been threatened?
Well, I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that right now. But once again, we're less than 24 hours in this investigation. We have a lot more of the puzzle to put together.
For how
So
many days was that surveillance at the hotel?
Just yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. A very short window of time.
Was Casey White injured yesterday and how?
He had a couple bumps and bruises from the crash.
Sheriff, can you confirm that there was a Facebook video that was circulating at the side angle of the arrest actually taking place? Can you confirm that it was Casey White in that video?
I haven't seen the video, but Casey White was at the scene, so you got that for sure.
Presumably. Also, can we get JPEGs of those posters so that we can actually have a digital version of that when you're showing us?
Possibly, yeah.
Sheriff, what was the approximate amount of time after the crash that Vicky shot herself?
I think it was almost instantaneously. Before our deputies and task force members got to the vehicle, she had shot herself.
I know you said it used to be a Motel 6. Can you say the actual name of the hotel?
Yeah, I got it written down here. Motel 41.
Is that nearby?
Yes, probably less than a mile south of here.
North, Dave, it's actually to your left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. To the left. I'm sorry.
Was that F-150 pre-purchase
She had bought that vehicle. Yes.
in Tennessee or Alabama?
I don't know where she may have bought it in the state of Tennessee. I'm not sure.
But did she purchase it ahead of the escape like the other vehicle?
No, I think after.
Sorry, the marshal said that car was actually purchased by Casey White for $6,000 in Tennessee the same day they escaped. Is that not accurate?
That's probably accurate.
Sheriff, can we see you hold the shot of Casey one more time? Thank you.
Everybody okay with that? And I know you've asked a lot of questions, and as the sheriff, I think they're good media-related questions, but we're trying to take dangerous people off the street, and so a lot of the where they bought the car and where they did this and that is a minor concern versus us getting them off the street and making our community safe. Now, this investigation will go on maybe for weeks, and we will uncover things in the future that we don't have at this time. But like you said, we're less than 24 hours from the time that we were involved in pursuit, a serious crash, and somebody losing their life.
Sheriff, agencies are involved in the investigation at this point?
Several. We have the United States Marshal, the Indiana State Police, the Evansville Police Department, the Vanderbilt County Sheriff's Office, many members of law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, some members of the FBI, and probably agencies in between. So there's plenty of agencies involved.
Sheriff, as someone in law enforcement or any of the people behind you who are involved in law enforcement, in your mind, what about her assistance as a 17-year veteran of a corrections facility? How did that assist? How did that help this take so long?
I'm not understanding your question.
As someone involved in law enforcement, Vicky White has a 17-year-long career as a corrections officer. Presumably, that had something to do with why it took so long, over a week, 11 days, for this to come to an end. I'm asking, with her expertise, have contributed and how?
No, that has absolutely no merit to what went on. Zero.
Sheriff, I'm sorry. The photos that you're releasing today, are they going to be posted on your Facebook page or?
We'll have photos available for media later, yes. Does anybody else need to comment? Anybody have anything you want to say? Or anybody have any questions of the other law enforcement leaders here?
Sheriff, would it be possible to see the vehicle?
No, not to see the vehicle in person, no.
What about like the wigs or any of that?
What's that?
Do you have a picture of the wigs or any of that? The wigs thing?
I don't know if we do. If we do, we can maybe release that. That's not a big deal. It's a wig, a standard wig.
Can we see the pictures on this side?
This? Oh yeah, sure. You guys want to take those over there?
Sheriff, I know it's a weird question. Was it a black wig, long, short? What was she wearing? She's
I think
blonde.
there was multiple wigs, kind of maybe reddish and blonde. Yeah, you wouldn't look good in it. Well, we thank you. If anybody needs any other questions from anybody, everybody will be mingling around for a while. And once again, keep in mind, less than 24 hours, there's a lot of questions that won't be answered until we have a much deeper investigation, get all of our notes and material together, and we also have privileged information that we can't share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. All right.
Two potential paths forward to address the number one challenge facing families today, inflation. This will not be my only speech on inflation, I'm sure, but when we look at the economy today, it's clear we've made enormous strides. And our plans and our policies have produced the strongest job creation economy in modern times. In addition, 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office at a record. Unemployment rates were down to 3.6%, the fastest decline in unemployment to start a presidential term ever recorded. And in addition, Americans have applied to start 5.4 million new small businesses last year, 20% more than any other year on record. And I see, and as I see it, everything across the country is, as I go across the country, our economy has gone from being on the mend to on the move. But for every worker I met who's gained a little bit of breathing room to seek out a better paying job, for every entrepreneur who's gained the confidence to pursue their small business dreams, I know the families all across America are hurting because of inflation. I understand what it feels like. I come from a family where when the price of gas or food went up, we felt it. It was a discussion at the kitchen table. I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority. And I'm here today to talk about solutions, and there's going to be more we're going to have to talk about as well. But first, I want us to be crystal clear about the problem. There are two leading causes of inflation we're seeing today. The first cause of inflation is a once-in-a-century pandemic. Not only did it shut down our global economy, it threw the supply chains and demand completely out of whack, especially in countries where more effective recovery responses weren't available, especially in those sectors that rely on semiconductors. These supply challenges have been further hampered by the onset of Delta and Omicron viruses. And you've all seen it, you've all felt it. And this year we have a second cause, Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine. We saw in March that 60% of inflation that month was due to price increases at the pump for gasoline. Putin's war has raised food prices as well, because Ukraine and Russia, two of the world's major breadbaskets for wheat and corn, are essentially completely stalled. Ukraine has 20 million tons of grain in storage in silos right now. They're trying to figure out how to get out of the country into market, which would reduce prices around the world. Normally we'd have already begun to export them into the market, but it hasn't because of Putin's invasion. So we're working with our European partners to get this food out into the world so that it could help bring down prices. But it's difficult because, again, of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And those two major contributors to inflation are both global in nature. That's why we're seeing historic inflation in countries all over the world. But here's the good news. Because of the actions we've taken, America is in the stronger position to meet this challenge than just about any other country in the world. Some of the roots of the inflation are outside of our control, to state the obvious. But there are things we can do and we can address and we need to do. That starts with the Federal Reserve, which plays a primary role in fighting inflation in our country. I put forward highly qualified nominees to lead that institution, and I strongly urge the Senate to confirm them without delay. The Fed has dual responsibilities. First is achieving maximum employment, and second is stable prices. And while I'll never interfere with the Fed's judgments and decisions or tell them what they have to do, they're independent. I believe that inflation is our top economic challenge right now, and I think they do too. We've built a strong economy with a strong job market. And I agree with what Chairman Powell said last week, that the number one threat is the strength, and that strength that we built is inflation. So the Fed should do its job, and it will do its job, I'm convinced, with that in mind. Now, as I said when I came to what Congress and the President can do to fight inflation, Americans have two potential paths forward. The first is my plan, a Democratic plan. Plan put forward by congressional Republicans is a second alternative. Here's how each of us would tackle inflation. My plan is to lower everyday costs for hardworking Americans, and lower the deficit by asking large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to not engage in price gouging and to pay their fair share in taxes. The Republican plan is to increase taxes on the middle-class families, let billionaires and large companies off the hook as they raise prices and reap profits at record amounts. And it's really that simple. But let me explain why this choice is so important. Let me start with the Putin price hike, high gas prices, and energy prices. My plan is already in motion. I led the world and other countries to join with us to coordinate the largest release of oil from our stockpiles of all the countries in history, 240 million barrels to boost global supply. Here at home, U.S. oil and gas production is approaching record levels. In fact, we produced more oil domestically in my first year in office than my predecessor did in his first year. To further drive down prices, my administration is allowing the sale of gasoline using homegrown biofuels. biofuels this summer, which wasn't allowed before. And to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and reckless autocrats like Putin, I'm working with Congress to pass landmark investments to help build a clean energy future as well. From tax credits for businesses to produce renewable energy, to tax credits for families to make their homes more energy efficient. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies. And they, to a person, told me that, and including Southern Company, American Electric Power, and 10 others. They confirm that if we pass the investments I'm talking about, we'll immediately lower families' utility bills by as much as $500 a year, according to their one estimate. That's by they're going to make their homes more secure in terms of heat not getting out and air conditioning not escaping because they have good insulation. Now, what's the congressional Republican plan with respect to energy? First of all, their plan is to give oil companies a free pass. For example, right now oil companies are sitting on 9,000 unused leases, oil leases, which are the property of the federal government, on the property of the federal government. Under my plan, they would have to pay taxes, and if they don't use those leases to produce more oil, they just can't sit on it. Unlike under the Republican plan, they'd be allowed to continue to sit on this land without producing while shipping record profits back to their investors. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices. You know, we have no plan. They have no plan to bring down energy prices today. No plan to get us to a cleaner, energy independent future tomorrow. So in the future, American families are no longer subject to the whims of dictators halfway around the world. The next thing is, let's compare our plans when it comes to lowering everyday cost. My plan is to make concrete, common sense steps to bring down the biggest expenses that families are facing. Let's take drug prices. My plan will let Medicare negotiate prices for prescription drugs, like they do with the Department of with the military, as it relates to what the administration is able to negotiate for prices for military. The cap, and I also call for a cap on the price of insulin, which 200,000 American children rely on because they have type 2 diabetes, at $35 a month. It costs $10 to make the insulin. They make a significant profit, instead of the average price of about $640 a month. Think of the difference it will make in millions of American families, like the family I met with in Virginia about 3 weeks ago, struggling every day, every single month, to afford their son's insulin. On this and other issues, I've laid out specific proposals to Congress to bring down the cost of the everyday cost many American families face. And that's in addition to the work my administration has already done to lower prices. Another reason why prices are up for products people need relates to whether or not the manufacturer has access to all the materials they need to build a product. Think of the materials you need to build a house. If you can't get the materials from the ship to shore, from the shore to the home, the prices are going to go up. That's why we brought labor and industry together on the West Coast to improve operations at the ports, to speed up the transfer of products from abroad to shore, from shore to the location where they're going to be used, so that those products can move more quickly and cheaply. We haven't had enough truckers, for example, to deliver the lumber or other goods. That's why we are executing a plan to get more truckers on the job. It reduces the time it takes to move the goods quickly. Another problem we face is, in some industries, there isn't enough competition. And I've often said that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So we're promoting competition for everything from internet services to meat processing. We basically have 4 meat processors in the whole country. They process the meat that goes into the hamburgers you buy. So they set the price. When there's no competition, they can set the price higher and higher. So we're helping smaller companies get into the game to compete and help bring down the overall prices. The bottom line is easing these bottlenecks and making our supply chains more secure is a major focus of my economic strategy. So things move more quickly. Prices go down, not up. You know, some parts of my plan I've been able to get done on my own. I mean, just without congressional approval. Some parts are being held up by Congress. But all of my plan is focused on lowering costs for the average family in America, to give them just a little bit of breathing room. Now, what's the congressional Republican plan? They don't want to solve inflation by lowering your costs. They want to solve it by raising your taxes and lowering your income. I happen to think it's a good thing when American families have a little more money in their pockets at the end of the month. But the Republicans in Congress don't seem to think so. Their plan has actually made working families, going to make working families poorer. You don't have to take my word for it. It's in writing. They've made their intentions perfectly clear. Senator Rick Scott, of Wisconsin, a member of the Senate Republican leadership, laid it all out in a plan. It's the ultra-MAGA agenda. Their plan is to raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year total income. The average tax increase would be about $1,500 per family. They've got it backwards in my view. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. In recent years, the average billionaires paid about 8% in federal taxes. Congressional Republicans have proposed increasing taxes on teachers and firefighters. 55% of the largest corporations paid net zero in federal taxes in 2020 on $40 million profits. It just isn't right. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for corporations. Their plan would also raise taxes on 82% of small business owners making less than $50,000 a year. But it would do nothing to help to hold big corporations and companies accountable. Think about it. Republicans in Congress are so deeply committed to protecting big corporations and CEOs that they would rather see taxes on working American families and try to depress their wages to take on inflation. Never mind the fact that many of these companies are recording record profit margins, even as they raise prices record amounts. Look, you've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I'm not out to punish anybody. I have no problem with companies getting and generating reasonable profits. But in this moment of peril, with the war overseas and inflation surging around the world, the last thing we should be thinking about is rewarding companies for exploiting the situation. While families struggle to pay their bills, some corporate executives are on earnings calls with investors on Wall Street cheering their record profits and explaining how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to do to cover their costs. And all this time, they're not even paying for a fair share of taxes in the first place. You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share. My plan asks those companies to pay their fair share in taxes. Congressional Republican plan, let them off scot-free. And if you weren't extreme enough in the Congressional Republican agenda, they put it in writing. It also calls on Congress to put Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Now, if I hadn't seen it in writing, I think somebody's making this up. But their proposal is every 5 years, all those programs would cease unless they're re-voted. That the Congress comes along and says, yeah, we want to keep these plans, affirmatively voting for them. Well, imagine the changes that are going to take place then, man. Imagine all the bargaining that's going to take place. You Democrats want to maintain Social Security, you got to give up such and such. Look, I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices and make it stronger and lower your cost. Republicans kind of want to make, Congress want to make Medicare's very existence up for vote over and over again, along with Social Security and Medicaid. Really, ask yourself, how well are we going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, MAGA Republicans, if they're still the Republican, this, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party, if we're going to have to vote on whether you will have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what amounts you'll have in each of those programs. You know what they're likely to do? Use them as hostages every 5 years to get their way on other things. Think about it. Give us another tax cut for billionaires or Social Security gets it. Stop investing in clean energy, or we're gonna kiss your Medicare goodbye. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the majority of the Republicans buy onto Scott's plan, but that's a plan in writing, and he's in the leadership. Finally, let's do one more comparison. Let's compare our two plans when it comes to the deficit. Republicans love to attack me as a big spender, as if that's the reason why inflation's gone up. Let's compare the facts. Under my predecessor, the deficit exploded, rising every single year of the Republicans. Under my plan, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion this year. We say it again, $1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest one-year decline in all of history for America. That's in addition to last year, we cut the budget $350 billion. The deficit, not the budget, the deficit, $350 billion. My Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt this quarter, which never happened under my predecessor. Not once. Not once. Because unlike my predecessor, the deficit has gone down both years I've been here. That is not an abstraction. It matters. It matters to families because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans have a choice right now between two paths, reflecting two very different sets of values. My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. The other path is the ultra-MAGA plan, put forward by congressional Republicans to raise taxes on working families, lower the income of American workers, threaten sacred programs Americans count on like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and give break after break to big corporations and billionaires, just like they did the last time they were in power, when their top priority was the reckless $2 trillion tax cut, going, the majority of that going to the very wealthiest Americans, which ballooned the deficit and not a penny of it was paid for. Look, I know you gotta be frustrated. I know. I can taste it. Frustrated by high prices, by gridlock in Congress, by the time it takes to get anything done. Believe me, I understand the frustration. But the fact is, congressional Republicans, not all of them, but the mega Republicans are counting on you to be as frustrated by the pace of progress, which they've done everything they can to slow down, that will hand power over to them and enact, so they can enact their extreme agenda. Look at their agenda. We'll put up on a webpage somewhere, I think I can do this, the Scott Plan. It's in writing. We need a government focused on what families actually need. So I urge all Americans to think about the path I've laid forward. We're going to have to do more beyond what I laid forward. But then think about the Republicans in Congress are actually proposing. Which path is right for you and for your family, and quite frankly, for America? Let's build on the extraordinary process and progress we've made instead of tearing it down. Let's focus on what matters. This really matters to average Americans. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and may God protect our troops.
Mr.
President, you're going to ask me about what I spoke about.
Mr. President, why do you believe so many Americans believe that your administration is not doing enough to combat inflation? And do you believe that you and your administration bear some measure of responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing across the country?
First is we're in power. That's the first thing. And you justifiably right, we control all three branches of the government. Well, we don't really. We have 50-50 in the Senate. You need 60 votes to get major things done. I've been pushing the things I've been proposing here, and you've heard me speak to today since I got in office. And I need to get 60 votes to be able to even pass them, number one. Number two, I think that, they're not focused. All they're focused on, understandably, is the problem they're facing. They get a 5.5% raise, an average raise in their salaries, and yet inflation exceeds that. And they look around the world, and they know that a lot of it's extremely complicated. And so they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. There's a lot we have to do. But you know as well, I shouldn't say you, I think what I have to do is explain in simple, straightforward language what's going on. Like, the reason why 30% of the inflation last year is because automobiles cost more. Why'd they cost more? They couldn't get the computer chips to make them. People were making a lot more money. They wanted to buy the automobiles, they couldn't buy them because the costs went up so high because there were so few of them. The same way this year. The same way this year, the reason why prices are up. They understand, but they don't. Look, most people, the vast majority of Americans are hoping that their government just takes care of their problem and they don't have to think about it in detail at the kitchen table or at the dinner table. And that's understandable, no matter what their background. But right now, it's confusing. There's a war in Ukraine, and they're scratching their heads like, what the heck is Russia doing? Should we be helping? They think we should be helping the innocent Ukrainians. But what impact does that have? Do you think the average person, whether they have a PhD or they have any other job, sits and thinks, wow, there's thousands of tons of grain in elevators in Ukraine. They can't get out. And Ukraine's one of the biggest producers of corn and wheat. Huh. I wonder whether that's the reason my prices are up.
And do you take any responsibility for the inflation in this country? Do you take any responsibility for your policies?
I think our policies help, not hurt. Think about what they say. The vast majority of the economists think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going? We're reducing that.
Today you have retail gasoline prices and diesel prices at record highs.
Yes.
Yet you have yet to ask Americans to consume less. You're a train guy. Have you ever thought of your administration asking Americans to drive less, to take public transport?
Well, if you ever raised a family like mine, you don't have to tell them. They're doing everything in their power to figure out how not to have to show up at the gas pump. That's why, for example, one of the things that's going to help a lot, but it's going to take time, is our infrastructure bill. The truth is, they don't have that many options in terms of transportation around the country right now. If you live in the Northeast Corridor, you do. If you're driving back and forth between Baltimore, Washington, New York, et cetera. But you don't have many choices. You don't have a whole lot of choices to deal with other aspects of transportation in terms of local transportation. And so what happens is, and unless they're electric, we find ourselves the cost of flying, buying a ticket on a plane costs more because of gas prices. So this is a process, but it's a process that I've been consistent about, wanting to lower prices and shift to renewable energy so we're not as dependent. I have conversations almost every day, well, that's an exaggeration, at least twice a week with one of my European counterparts, heads of state, on how can we help them, in fact, wean themselves off of Russian oil because they're so totally dependent. So we're working like the devil to help them transition, because as long as Russia's able to make money selling oil, they're going to continue to be able to do the bad things they're doing. So there's a lot. It's really complicated. I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8-10 hours a day just to put food on the table. And so I think what's happened is we have, in a sense, I never expected, let me say this carefully. I never expected the ultra MAGA Republicans who seem to control the Republican Party now to have been able to control the Republican Party. I never anticipated that happening.
Mr. President, will you drop Trump's China tariffs?
Mr. President, a year ago the administration was saying that inflation was transitory. That's obviously not the case now. How long do you think it will be until we see prices coming down?
I'm not going to predict that. It ranges depending on which economists you're talking to by the end of this year, and some say it's going to increase next year, but there's others say by the end of this year you're going to see it come down, by the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do to make sure that we can bring it down.
Mr.
China
President,
tariffs? Will you drop Trump's China
Do you
tariffs?
support any restrictions on abortion, or what limits do you believe
I'm
there
not
should
going
be,
to
as
respond to
the
anything
Senate is
because I
stating
want
now?
the story to be about inflation.
You called out Rick Scott a little while ago in your remarks. Earlier today, anticipating your remarks, he said, and I'm just quoting here, that the best thing, most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem. The senator added later, Joe Biden is unwell, he's unfit for office, he's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. These are his words. Offering him a chance to respond to them.
I think the man has a problem.
Can I ask you a question? Will you drop former President Trump's China tariffs?
We're discussing that right now. We're looking at what would have the most
To
positive
lower them or
impact.
to erase them?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you, we're discussing it, and no decision has been made on it.
That's enough. Thank you, guys. That's a
How long
wrap.
should Americans be
Thank you
prepared
all.
to pay this much at the pump? Are you concerned about a
All right, guys,
recession?
Kankakee, Illinois, with the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, to discuss the impact of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the rise in food prices at home and abroad. He's going to talk about the support we need to continue to give to farmers to help continue to produce more and more domestically to help address the food shortages that we're seeing in some parts of the world. We know that U.S. agricultural exports can help address that and can play an important role. Just as we are providing weapons, we are going to work on doing more we can to support farmers to provide more wheat and other food around the world. He'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll also see tomorrow morning the latest inflation numbers for the month of April, and the President will deliver remarks on the effect of Putin's price hike on the cost of food and energy, and his administration's actions to support farmers and food processors, lower their costs and lower prices for families. Later in the day, the President will give remarks at the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, 40th Convention in Chicago, Illinois, on his support for union jobs in the infrastructure and energy industries. Also wanted to note for all of you that this afternoon, soon, in the next couple of hours, the President will host Speaker Pelosi and other members of a congressional delegation who recently traveled to Ukraine in the Situation Room. The President previously spoke to Speaker Pelosi about the delegation's trip by phone. As we said earlier this month, he wanted to hear a more thorough account of their time in Ukraine in person after they returned to the United States. So this is an opportunity to do exactly that. The President is eager to hear from them and to continue working together on their shared bipartisan goal of providing Ukraine with additional urgently needed security and economic assistance as soon as possible. And we've heard good news about that, hopefully moving forward soon. With that, go ahead, Josh.
Thanks, Jen. Three things. First, I was hoping to clarify something President Biden said today on inflation. He said his policies helped rather than hurt on inflation. Does the President believe that his COVID relief package played any role in the increase in inflation last year?
The President believes, as many economists, including within the government, that the main drivers of inflation were the pandemic, have been the pandemic, and our ongoing fight to address that, as well as President Putin's invasion into Ukraine and the impact on energy prices. What the President's done is taken steps to address both of those enormous challenges and tried to put forward solutions to them. We'll leave it to the Federal Reserve, outside economists, inside economists to make other projections on what's next. They've already made projections about when they expect inflation to come down. As he noted today, he is the President. We do control all forms of branches of government. That's why he laid out very clearly what he'll continue to do as President to bring down prices.
So then, just to make sure, like, what he's saying is, the pandemic is distinct from the spending in response to the pandemic, and he does not believe the size of the spending mattered with regard to inflation.
Again, no. We have spoken to this in the past, Josh. As you know, the President made a decision that in order to address what was a economic crisis that came in conjunction with the pandemic, that we needed to put forward the American Rescue Plan. And without it, the economy would have gotten worse. People would not have been able to put food on the table. We would not have 100% of schools open today. So no, he does not think that is the driver. He knows the pandemic was the driver. There was, of course, an accompanying economic downturn as a result. And we've seen in recent months the impact of President Putin's invasion and the energy prices that have gone up and been a main driver of inflation.
Gotcha. Secondly, Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi just now pushed for a limited ceasefire to allow talks to resume between Russia and Ukraine. Does the U.S. believe that these talks would be productive?
We certainly believe that this will be resolved through a diplomatic process and a diplomatic solution. But we know, and you heard, I think, our Director of National Intelligence on Capitol Hill today say that we don't see a sign from the Russians that they are open to or eager to engage in those discussions. There have been several fits and starts at attempts at ceasefires, even in smaller parts of the country in Ukraine, as you know. We've been supportive of all of those, but it requires the Russians being at the table and being willing to take part in a diplomatic process.
And then lastly, Mexico's president said he might not go to Los Angeles for the Summit of Americas if the U.S. doesn't invite Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. What does President Biden plan to do?
Well, the invitations have not yet been issued. The summit is not until the early June, June 10th, 6th through the 10th, I should say. We know that the summit is a valuable opportunity to focus on some of the most important shared issues, like the ongoing fight for freedom and democracy for every country, our shared climate goals and stronger, more collaborative COVID-19 response, and addressing the root causes of migration, like going after organized crime and economic instability. But no invitations have been issued at this point. Go ahead.
On gas prices, and despite the steps that the president has taken, despite tapping the strategic oil reserve, prices have hit a new high at $4.37 a gallon. How long should Americans be prepared to pay this much at the pump?
Well, I would say you heard the president say today and reiterate today that he is relentlessly focused on easing Putin's price hike at the pump. And that means taking as many steps as he can to continue to lower costs for Americans. Now, the steps that he can take, and he has taken, of course, include a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, leading the world in their release to ensure there's more supply in the global markets to reduce the price of oil, which is exactly what it has done. He's also taken steps that are definitely smaller, but meant to do anything possible, including issuing a waiver for E15 so that thousands of pumps in the Midwest could have gasoline that make it available to Americans, so that that's 10 cents less. But he also is noted, and we would note, and he noted this morning, that oil companies should also do their part in ensuring they are not price gouging customers at the pump. As oil prices come down, so should gas prices at the pump, and that's also something that we are going to continue to watch closely and continue to call on steps to be taken.
But given that the steps taken so far haven't been able to bring down prices, can Americans be confident that some of the steps that you're outlining now will be able to have an effect, or are prices just going to stay this way? Is Putin's price hike going to stay until Putin's war is over?
Well, we certainly won't accept that. But what I think is important to note is the oil market is global, and what the president can do and will continue to do is ensure he is doing everything in his power to ensure that supply in the market meets the demand out there in the market. But the point is, when there is enough oil out there in the market, oil prices come down, as we've seen them come down, and gas prices should also come down. And that is something that Americans should be watching closely and be clear about where we're seeing price hikes come from.
Just a question on messaging. Who came up with this phrase ultra MAGA? Why the need to kick it up a notch? Well, MAGA wasn't enough. I mean, why now use this phrase?
I will tell you is the president's phrase, and the president made those comments himself just last week, as you know. And I think what has struck him is how extreme some of the policies and proposals are that a certain wing of the Republican Party that is taking up too much of the Republican Party are for and are advocating for. And you've heard the president talk about this. But it's not just obviously putting at risk a woman's right to make choices about her own health care. It is also, as you heard him talk about this morning, Rick Scott's extreme plan that will raise taxes on 75 million Americans making less than $100,000 a year. It is Rick Scott's plan to get rid of, eliminate, that's what sunset means, get rid of, Medicare and Social Security, something people over 70 in this country rely on. And it's also the obsession with culture wars and wars against Mickey Mouse and banning books. President thinks that's extreme. That is not what the American people care about or what they want. And so to him, adding a little ultra to it, give it a little extra pop. Go ahead.
So then who is an ultra MAGA Republican?
I would say people who support that portion of the Republican agenda.
So Rob Portman, Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, would they be ultra MAGA Republicans?
They can all make their own choices, Ed, and we can let others evaluate that. But I would say that the president's view is those who support a plan by Rick Scott, by Chairman Scott, that would raise taxes on 75 million Americans and get rid of, sunset, eliminate, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security. That's a MAGA position. And that includes the chairman of the Republican National Committee. That's a MAGA position. That is the chairman of the party. So that's what the president considers, but also, obviously, given 2/3 of the American people, according to a Fox News poll, believe that that Roe v. Wade should be protected. If you're on the other side of that, you're supporting an ultra MAGA position in the president's view. So we don't need to name call individuals unless they have positions that are aligned with what he feels is the ultra MAGA wing of the party.
Two other quick on foreign affairs, just to follow up on Josh's question. You said invites to some of the Americas haven't gone out yet.
Yeah.
Can you confirm, though, that someone from Venezuela, someone from Nicaragua, someone from Cuba will actually be invited to the summit?
I can't, because a final decision has not been made yet.
You don't rule out that those 3 countries might be exempted.
We haven't made a decision about who will be invited, and no invitations have been issued yet.
And then last night at a fundraiser in suburban Washington, the president said this about Vladimir Putin, quote, "He is a very, very, very calculating man, and the problem I worry about now is that he doesn't have a way out right now, and I'm trying to figure out what we do about that." Can you describe how that process is going? Does it involve, for example, considering the Italian Prime Minister's suggestion that there be a temporary ceasefire for talks?
Well, I think, to be clear, we've long supported ceasefires. It requires both the parties, including the party that has invaded the other country, to be a part of that, and they haven't shown a willingness to sit at the negotiating table. So I think there have been efforts, as you know, humanitarian ceasefires and others in a limited fashion in the past couple of months, which the Russians have failed to implement. What the president meant by this, and I talked to him about exactly that this morning, or what he's referring to, is the fact that, as we all know, and we all have seen, and you all have reported, this war has not gone as President Putin has planned. He has seen his military be demoralized. He did not march through the city of Kyiv yesterday. The NATO and the West are united, and right now he's dealing with crippling financial sanctions in his country while he has become a pariah in the world. So what the president's point was is that we have to be clear-eyed about the impact that has on a dictator that has invaded another country, a sovereign country, that it hasn't gone as planned as he thought it would go.
If he's so concerned, why not try to directly engage Putin himself?
I would say our role right now, we feel the most constructive role, is continue to support the Ukrainians' hands at the negotiating table and support them militarily. And I would note that our support, obviously their bravery and courage has been what has helped them win the Battle of Kyiv, but our military assistance, the assistance of our humanitarian and economic assistance is a close second. Go ahead.
So today the president said that a majority of Republicans have signed on to Senator Scott's tax plan. That does not seem to be the case. Senator Scott said that today. Mitch McConnell had said that the party is not behind this. Are there any Republicans that you can think of, or the president might be referencing, that is currently behind this?
Do you count the chairman of the Republican committee as an important Republican?
He is the chairman of a committee, but if no other Republican...
It's actually a she, the chairman of the Republican Party.
There.
So Chairman Ronna McDaniel praised Senator Scott's proposal as a, quote, clear plan for Republicans that offers, quote, real solutions. She's the chairwoman of the party. Rick Scott is not a random senator. He is literally in charge of winning back the Senate for Republicans and what the plan is. So he is the person who's put forward this plan. Senator Ron Johnson has called the congressional GOP plan a, quote, positive thing. Senator Mike Braun has said he was, quote, glad Rick did it. Senator Tommy Tuberville said he was, quote, on board with the congressional GOP plan. Congressman Matt Gaetz said he was, quote, proud of Senator Rick Scott for providing this bold agenda. So not only that, which seems to be quite a range of Republicans, but there isn't an alternative plan they've put forward. So it's either this put together by the person who is leading the effort to win back the Senate, or nothing. And the president this morning talked about what his plan is. If they have an alternative plan, we would welcome them putting it forward.
And they did say one was coming in this summer. And as far as Senator Scott goes, he acknowledged today that a majority is not behind him. He says this is his individual plan for this. I do want to ask as well, I mean, the Department of Justice was very swift in responding to school board members who felt like they were being harassed and intimidated a couple months back. Does the president feel that the demonstrations outside of, say, Justice Alito's home, are those attempts to interfere or intimidate?
Well, I think I said yesterday, but I'm happy to repeat because I think it's important for everybody to hear, that the president's long-standing view has been that violence, threats, and intimidation of any kind have no place in political discourse. And we believe, of course, in peaceful protests. What I do find is interesting, and I think many people have noted, is that there are voices on the right who have called out protests that are happening while remaining silent for years on protests that have happened outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, or including threats made to women seeking reproductive health care, or even an insurrection against our Capitol. So I know that there's an outrage right now, I guess, about protests that have been peaceful to date, and we certainly continue to encourage that outside of judges' homes, and that's the president's position. But the silence is pretty deafening about all of the other intimidation that we've seen to a number of people.
This is a pending court case, though. That's where the federal law comes into place. This is a pending court case.
Well, but I think that intimidation and protests and intimidation outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, intimidation and threats against people seeking legal reproductive health care and against our Capitol and American democracy also warrant some outrage, and we haven't really seen that. Go ahead.
Jen, you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but the situation has changed since then. We've now heard a bipartisan Senate proposal, resolution from Senators Blumenthal and Graham, who are urging the Biden, or would be urging the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism under Vladimir Putin. Is there any new information from your view on that? Is that something the president supports, and if not, why not?
Well, we expect certainly, and Speaker Pelosi said this yesterday, that this is a topic she will raise, or we'll leave it to her if she wants to raise it when she meets with the president today. Well, I would note, as the president has said in the past, this is a legal process that the State Department goes through and reviews. And what they look at, it's defined by statute, by Congress actually, they take a look at the law and undergo a review of whether somebody has violated, or a country has violated, international terrorism laws. And that is what they look closely at. I would note, and when Speaker Pelosi spoke to this yesterday and others, they expressed a desire and an interest in making sure we were doing everything we could, maximum efforts to hold Russia accountable. And they looked at, understandably, what has been done to other countries that have been labeled state sponsors of terrorism. Only 4, of course, have been designated that way. And we have been doing already what has happened to those other countries. So extensive financial sanctions, export controls, also working diplomatically to limit investment by other countries in the pariah states, the other 4, and certainly Russia. So we've already been taking those steps. There'll be an ongoing review at the State Department. That process should see itself through, and that's where the president thinks it should be.
On the Ukraine aid package that the president's proposing, Congress is now, working on such a package. We heard from Mitch McConnell on the Hill a short time ago saying the Republicans don't want, in his words, extraneous items to be included. Does the White House believe that the Afghanistan Advancement Act should be included in there? Ukraine refugee aid, oligarch sanctions. I'll start with Afghanistan Act.
Well, I think as you're touching on here, but just to get others up to speed on where it stands, the House proposal that they're expected to introduce is about $40 billion, which is larger than the package that we had proposed, about $7 billion over our initial request. So while it has $3.4 billion more for security and humanitarian assistance, it's not expected to include some items, including, as you touched on, providing a pathway to permanent status for Afghan refugees, something we certainly support, right?
So do you believe that should be included in this package?
There'll be a negotiation and a discussion in Congress. I'm not going to prejudge that. We've supported that being included, but obviously there's an urgency to getting this funding done, given we have 9 more days until we run out of money.
Okay, I guess the question is, if this is to delay your ability to accomplish this within 9 days, as the president, would he be okay with that being not included in the final package?
If what were to delay?
If this were to delay the 9 days, you said, until money runs out, if you were not to include the Afghan aid, for example, the president would be okay with that being out as well?
Well, again, this hasn't even been formally introduced by the House. We have supported that, but the president has been very clear that it's not being discussed upstairs. It's being discussed with Speaker Pelosi when she comes, sure. But the president has been clear we need to get this funding and security assistance funding so that we can continue to provide assistance to the Ukrainians.
Let me ask one last question, because I asked the president earlier and he said it was being waived. This was as it related to dropping the China tariffs right now to help the domestic economy here. Is the president sensitive that doing that would be a political liability if it may help Americans in the near term in terms of their pocketbook, their costs?
Say that.
Does the president have concerns that basically lifting tariffs on China, which could be used as a battering ram by political opponents saying you're being soft on China, would be a political challenge for him, even if it would help Americans in terms of their pocketbook issues in the near term?
Well, we already announced some tariffs that we were lifting back in March, so it's been an ongoing review, and we expect to do more. And
he said he's weighing new ones. So
he's weighing new ones, yes, because it's an ongoing process, and there are more that are still in place. And we didn't feel that the ones that were in place when the president took office were all advantageous and were doing what they needed to do to make clear what our positions were on China's approach to investment and economic engagement, which we've obviously been clear about our issues with. And we have, but we are continuing to review where it would be advantageous to take steps that would help, reduce wages or increase wages and help certain industries that are impacted by these tariffs in a way that we don't feel is effective. So there will be more, and he's continuing to weigh them, but Ambassador Tai is leading that effort.
Is Jill Biden going to be in the Situation Room for that meeting, given her experience?
Dr. Biden, I don't know that she will be in the meeting, but she and the president obviously had a number of conversations since she returned. He was talking just this morning about how proud he was of her trip and how grateful he was that she traveled there. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, just to follow up on the tariffs, do you have a sense of a time frame for when the next round or when the next decision on lifting tariffs could come?
I don't have a prediction of that. What we're looking at is how to evaluate what's working for American workers, industry, farmers, and consumers, and change what is not. I mean, I expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks, but I don't have an assessment for you on how expansive that will be or how many decisions about tariffs there will be at that point in time, but we expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks.
Elon Musk today said that he would reverse the decision Twitter made to ban President Trump. Wondered if the White House has a reaction to that and how that would impact this White House's dealing with misinformation.
Well, I would say it's the decision by a private sector company to make on who will or will not be allowed on their platforms. What I will say, broadly speaking, is that our effort is to, of course, make sure that freedom of speech is protected across the country, but that also these platforms are not used for forums for disinformation. And we have seen a history of that, not just on Twitter, but also on Facebook. The president believes there's more that needs to be done in reforming Section 230, and there's a lot of bipartisan interest in that. So this may be a reminder of the urgency of doing that.
Lastly, the United States is about to hit a grim milestone of 1 million COVID-related deaths. How does the president plan to commemorate this? And looking back at the last 2 years, Why has that number gotten so high in this country?
Well, we've been battling a historic pandemic, Jeff, I think. While we have more than 75% of the country vaccinated, which is a significant number, we still know that far too many people have not been vaccinated, have not taken the maximum protections, even if they're vaccinated, not yet boosted, to massively reduce their likelihood of hospitalization and death. It is still incumbent upon us, and we are still working every day on increasing the number of people vaccinated, the number of people boosted, and expanding the protections. In terms of how we're going to mark that moment, the president will certainly be marking that day. I expect we'll have more to say soon. We look at the CDC data and the Johns Hopkins data. I know different news organizations evaluate it differently, but in terms of when we will mark it, it will be aligned with when that data hits the number. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Last November, President Biden asked the Federal Trade Commission to look into whether oil and gas companies were playing a role in keeping gas prices high. Has he gotten the results of that investigation?
Well, they're independent, so they would make any announcements about any intention to take steps on their own, of their own accord, out publicly to all of you, and obviously they have not done that. But what we can certainly see and watch, Caitlin, even without any announcement or indication by the FTC, is as we see the price of oil, barrels of oil come down, the price of gas should also come down at the pump. We haven't always seen that trend take place, and that is something we are also closely watching, and certainly the FTC would be watching as well.
Is the White House's understanding that they're actually investigating that?
Again, you'd have to speak to them. They're independent. The president sent a letter. He's spoken about this a number of times publicly, but they would speak to any intention of investigating given they're independent.
And what's the White House's expectation for the inflation report that is expected to come out this week?
I don't have a prediction. I know I sometimes do, but I don't have a prediction on it at this moment from here. Obviously, once it comes out, I expect we'll have more to say, and our focus continues to be on taking steps to lower costs. And obviously, the president addressed this morning and outlined this morning what his plan is to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Question on Ukraine.
Yeah.
The president's comment last night that he's worried Putin does not have a way out of this that he can see. What does he believe Putin's goal is right now?
Well, I think what the president was referring to is the fact that this has not gone as President Putin planned. And that while he had predicted in a very public speech, we all talked about at the time in February, that he would not only subsume Ukraine and to make that a part of Russia, he would be marching through the streets and maybe he'd do more from there. And that obviously hasn't happened. The Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv. He also thought that NATO would be divided, that the West would be divided. That has not happened, and he certainly did not predict he would be facing the level of crippling sanctions enforced by all Western countries together that he is today. So the point he was making is that we have to be clear-eyed about the fact that this war is not over. That he still has ambitions, and he is still fighting the war, and we've seen that on the ground every day. But even as the Ukrainians have had successes, as Director Haynes said today, this is going to be a long war, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. Go ahead.
On Monday, you tweeted out that the president strongly believes in the right to protest, but such protests should never include violence, threats, or vandalism, and you specifically mentioned the ability of judges to be able to do their jobs. Is the administration worried that abortion rights protests may turn violent, and was there any specific group of protesters that tweet was geared towards?
Well, I think to be very clear, the protests outside of judges' homes have not turned violent, and I don't think we need to make a prediction of that from here. Just because people are passionate, it does not mean they are violent, and that's probably why you're asking the question, Ashley. But I think it is important the president felt it was important for us to be clear that as people's passions are high, as people are fearful about their own health care, that should never resort to violence, should never resort to vandalism, and we have seen some elements of that, vandalism, and he wanted to be clear that his position was to call for peaceful protest.
And on a similar theme, Senator Collins called the police over the weekend after someone wrote a non-threatening abortion rights message in sidewalk chalk in front of her house in Maine. I was just curious sort of what you made of that, of her response.
I don't have any specific comment on her response other than to say that even as passions are high, even as people are fearful, even as people are scared and frustrated, which is understandable, no one should resort to violence, of course, nor threats, nor intimidation, nor vandalism, and that those are not effective means.
Vandalism?
I'll let others define that, but there are lots of ways to peaceful protest. What's also important to note here is what I would call the hypocrisy of the silence on the other side when there have been intimidation, protests, outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State. There have been countless women who have dealt with and navigated through threats made as they're seeking reproductive health care, which, by the way, has been legal for 50 years, and there has been no outcry about that. There has been outcry about protests that have been peaceful outside of judges' homes, which, again, have been peaceful and have not been violent, and the president has been clear about his view on them. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you another aspect of what the president might call the ultra mega agenda, which is election denial. More than 140 House and Senate Republicans voted against certifying his victory in January 2021. There are many more candidates running for seats in this election that have pledged that they would have done that and may do the same in the future. The president's ramping up his rhetoric and going after Republicans on economic policies, tax policies. Is he planning to go to voters and tell them that their vote this November could impact their ability to have their vote counted 2 Novembers hence? Or is he not concerned that a Republican House would refuse to certify a Democratic victory in 2024?
Well, I think the way you can expect, without getting into the politics of it, which I have to be careful of from here, the president to talk about voting and voting rights is about his view and belief that we should have people elected across the country who stand up for protecting and expanding access and not questioning and making it more difficult or oppressing people's right to exercise their right to vote.
Well, it seems more and more that a tenet of the Republican agenda is to denigrate him as illegitimate or worse. Is it hard for him to hear these things? What's his reaction every day to hearing that there are people referring to the administration as the regime and talking about him as if he's a dictator? Is he bothered by that, or does he just see it as politics as usual these days?
I haven't heard that one as much, but I would say that you heard the president, Ed asked him earlier today about Senator Scott's comments about him. And, the president's response was he has a problem. And his view of a lot of these comments is that people are freaking out in some capacity, because if you look at Senator Scott, his plan that is going to raise taxes on 75 million Americans, even some people in his own party, not enough, but some people in his own party are backing away from. So, I don't think he spends a lot of time worried about people's angry tweets or angry verbal, missives. He spends time on laying out the contrast of what he's going to present with what their plans are. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Briefly to follow up on the questions about gas prices.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little more specifics about any new policies the administration might be considering to address high gas prices? And how seriously is the administration considering calling for a suspension of the federal gas tax?
Well, I would say in the federal gas tax, that is an option on the table. It would lower gas, I think you can check me on this, I think you know the answer, about 18 cents, I believe. And certainly that's something that remains on the table. There are a lot of ideas in Congress about steps that can be taken to lower gas prices, even temporarily, or provide some relief to Americans. So we're in a constant discussion about that. He does continue to view the challenge as one being about ensuring there's supply in the marketplace. And obviously he's taken the steps he took with the historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We'll continue to talk with big global producers about what steps we we can take, and he's going to continue to look at steps we can take to provide relief to Americans. I would say the other piece that's very much on his mind is that when we look at inflation and what the impact of inflation is on Americans, we know that it is driven at this point 60 to 70%, depending on the data you're looking at, by energy prices. And so in addition to addressing that, he wants to think about how to bring down costs for Americans in a range of ways. And a couple of weeks ago, he announced fixes to the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act. He's announced a pause on the repayment of student loans. And if you're a family at home, trying to figure out how you're going to pay bills, you're looking at what your costs are incoming, and he is going to take every step he can to provide relief as people need it in this moment, and he certainly recognizes that.
And speaking of inflation, is he concerned at all that widespread loan forgiveness would actually increase inflation, further exacerbated by pumping money into the economy?
I know some economists, and I don't have an official assessment from here, but I would say that Jared Bernstein, who is one of our economists, has spoken to this, and he's talked about more about the impact of pausing federal loan repayments, and the fact that in his view, and you can quote him directly, would be something like 0.001%, which in his view, the impact of that, the impact of giving people relief who need relief, who are stressed and can't repay these loans right now as they're having higher costs in other areas, outweighs that impact. But again, I don't have a projection here on specifically what the inflationary impact would be. Go ahead.
Just two things. Can you offer any further details on what the Women's Health Policy Council has in mind on executive orders for abortion rights, as you all seem to, or is that issue?
Sure. Well, we've talked about it may not all be executive orders. I mean, there's a lot of this is ensuring that we have increased access and funding so that women who are living in the states, if Roe were to be overturned, would be able to have expanded access and capabilities, and some of that could be from the Department of Justice, obviously, which they would make final decisions about. We've said that we weren't going to preview until there's a final opinion because we're still speaking about a potential opinion that has not yet been released. But what I would point you to is what we did around SB 8 and the law in Texas, which was to take steps, including by creating new grants to increase funding, given the fact that we know that 75% of women who seek an abortion are under 200% of the poverty level, to increase funding to ensure we're making it more, making sure that funding is available to people. HHS has also started a number of programs with the exact same objective, intended to protect patients and providers in response to the law. And the Department of Justice has also issued statements in response to SB 8 that reaffirm their commitment to using existing federal law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services. So what we're looking at, what we're trying to address, is our assessment and understanding of what the impact will be. That 13 states have trigger laws, 26 states have indicated that they could overturn or ban or take immediate action should this be the final opinion, and we know who would be most impacted. So I don't have anything to preview at this point. As we said, we wouldn't before there's a final opinion, but those are the factors we're looking at.
And just one more question. Where does the White House stand on whether the DOJ antitrust chief Jonathan Cantor should be recused from Google cases?
I will check and see if we have a position on that or if it's something we would punt to the Department of Justice. Go ahead.
With the COVID funding now separated from the Ukraine funding, what is the path for the COVID funds to pass? And also, should Americans start preparing for shortages of tests or vaccines or treatments this fall?
Well, on the second part of your question, I think we don't want to sugarcoat it, that we need more money. We don't have a plan B here. We will use the few funds we have remaining to continue getting tests, treatments, and vaccines out to Americans for as long as we can. And we're going to continue to work the phones, hold briefings, and make our case publicly and privately with lawmakers, imploring Congress to act immediately after to help us on our long overdue COVID needs. I will say that we are having conversations at a bipartisan level bicameral about what the impact will be, which the President said in a statement yesterday. More Americans will die needlessly. And why? Because we're going to exhaust our treatment supply. We'll lose out to other countries on promising new treatments. We'll lose our place in line for America to order new COVID vaccines. We'll be unable to maintain our supply of COVID tests. And our effort to help lower-income countries get COVID vaccines into arms will stall, which is especially relevant given the international summit we're hosting. So we will use the remaining funds we have to kind of spread it as we can, but we need more money in order to continue to effectively run the programs we've been running to date.
If it takes a vote on Title 42, would the president be okay with a vote happening to try to block Title 42 going away in order to get a vote on the COVID funds?
I know there's a lot of talk on this out there, and so I understand why you're asking, but right now there's a lot of steps that would need to happen before that came to the president's desk. I would say our view, his view, continues to be that the lifting of Title 42 was a decision made by the CDC. It was the authority given to them by Congress. That should not be holding up funding that's necessary to save the lives of Americans. But again, there's our ongoing discussions in Congress at this point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. Oil and inflation. Oil first. President referred to the strategic reserve, and then there's this, we talked about that again, but the rallying our allies to release the additional 60 million barrels of oil from different countries.
Yeah.
How successful has he been on this very convincing allies to release more oil?
Well, I would say it's the largest historic release ever by the global community, so I'd say that's pretty successful. In terms of the status of when the releases would happen, we said at the beginning that it would be over the course of time. What we're trying to do is fill the needs for the next several months until a number of oil companies have said they would be able to pump more.
Have you had commitments on that? I mean,
we announced commitments just a few weeks ago.
From countries?
Yeah.
From countries. I'll go back in my notes then. As for inflation, I just want to check something with you because, as you know, the 8-foot 2x4 goes to between $6 and $7 each these days. So construction is getting more and more costly. I was reading a report from Habitat for Humanity saying 30,000 houses are $30,000 more expensive because of the cost of material. But as you know, the tariff on Canadian softwood is still over 11%. Is that a way to get rid of part of the inflation by getting rid of these tariffs, which actually Canadian softwood, secure, strong, easily accessible?
You love some good Canadian lumber. I don't have anything to predict in terms of tariffs on Canadian lumber. I will say that obviously taking steps not just to address the supply chain, but to manufacture more at home here in the United States is part of the president's longer-term plan to address these increasing costs over the long term. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Would you have a comment on the presidential election in the Philippines?
Sure. On the presidential election in the Philippines, I believe I have something in here. It's a lot happening today. If not, we will get you something right after the briefing because I believe we may have something on that. So why don't we venture to do that?
I had one on Afghanistan as well.
Sure.
There were like dozens of women today in Kabul protesting the latest restriction, which is that they now must fully cover their faces and bodies in public, and this is just the latest in a series of restrictions. Is the administration surprised that this is all happening, and what is the administration doing to assist women and girls in Afghanistan?
Well, let me give you a comment on the Philippines first because I found it, and then I'll get to your Afghanistan question. So this is not very exciting. I'll just preface for you, but we are monitoring election results. We look forward to renewing our partnership and to working with the next administration on key priorities, including strengthening our alliance, advancing a free, open Indo-Pacific, and promoting human rights. We understand that vote tabulation is well underway, and that candidate Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stands in the lead, but we're going to wait for the official call and before we have a more formal comment. In terms of Afghan women in the street, I would say, even as the president made the choice to pull our troops out of Afghanistan after a 20-year failed war that cost thousands of American lives and spent billions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars, we still have committed to be supporters, humanitarian supporters, through a range of NGOs and other organizations of the amazing courage of Afghan women and girls. And does it surprise us that they're protesting in the streets? No. These are women who have been courageously standing up against oppression, against the Taliban for decades. We will continue to be supporters through any means possible of their efforts and their bravery and courage they're showing today. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Nancy asked you a little bit about the substance of some potential abortion EOs, but I want to ask you about something Majority Leader Schumer said just a little while ago to reporters on the Hill. He said that President Biden is meeting with what he said was a group of people today to discuss possible executive action on abortion. Is there such a meeting on the president's schedule today?
Well, I would say that one of the steps we've said we've been taking all along is having the gender policy. Policy Council, our counsel's office, and the Department of Health and Human Services come up with options and proposals for what we would do were this opinion issued to be final or a version of it to be final. So those are ongoing internal meetings.
That's who he's meeting with today?
I'm not aware of a meeting today, but these are ongoing meetings, including with the president, that have been happening for the last several days.
And on the potential abortion EOs, is that something, in terms of the timetable, is it safe to assume that that's something that you wouldn't do until after you get the Supreme Court ruling, or maybe sooner given the things that have already happened?
I think we've been clear from the beginning that we are not going to announce specific steps until we have a final opinion. Go ahead.
Also on abortion, Jen, we've seen the president speak out against states that have passed laws that he disagreed with, voting rights especially. But last year he supported calls for Major League Baseball to move the All-Star game out of Georgia because of their voting laws. Would the president support private businesses pulling out of states that are passing or will pass restrictive abortion laws?
I haven't had that discussion with the president, so I don't have anything to comment on at this point.
Abortion call?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks, Jen. So the president said today that inflation is his top domestic priority. Has that replaced climate change then for this administration as the top priority?
Well, I would say first that inflation and the rising costs for people across the country has long been the top issue for in every poll we've seen, and certainly has been the #1 issue for the president for some time. When he came into office, he said that his agenda was going to focus on 4 major priorities. That includes addressing the climate crisis, of course, and he will continue to do that. But we are certainly aware that right now in this moment, that inflation and reducing costs is what is most on the minds of Americans.
So the president was also asked if he took responsibility for any of his policies related to inflation, not just gas prices, but inflation. When he took office, inflation was 2.5% year over year. It's now 8.5%. The invasion didn't happen until about 1 year into his term. So why doesn't the president take any responsibility?
I think the president said today that he's president and that we control all 3 obviously Congress, the House and Senate as well. What is also true is that the pandemic was going on before he took office, that fighting this historic pandemic, which has been front and center for his agenda, we know, and every economist will tell you this, has been the major driver of inflation over the past year plus, and we've continued to fight the pandemic since then. We've also heard Chairman Powell, Secretary Yellen, and others convey, and we've seen this in nearly every element of data we've seen on inflation since President Putin invaded Ukraine, that energy prices account for the majority of inflationary increases over the past several weeks since the war began. So you don't have to take my word for it. That's what economists and data have told us. What our focus is on, and you heard the president say this today, is not whether inflation is or isn't an issue. We all agree it's an issue. What our plan is and what the president's plan is to address costs and bring down costs is what he outlined this morning. It's a multi-step plan. What are we seeing on the other side? We're seeing the plan proposed by Chairman Scott, which would instead raise costs on the American people and sunset or end, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security.
But last week, Chairman Powell did say that partly what the Fed did, as well as spending from Congress, is the reason that we're in this high inflation environment.
He also talked about energy price, the invasion and the impact on energy prices, did he not? Well, that seems like an important part of context, doesn't it?
But it wasn't until 1 year into the presidency that the invasion happened.
And you're asking me about recent inflationary data, which we know 60 to 70% of is because of energy prices, which even Chairman Powell quoted and said was because of the invasion of Ukraine, right? Okay, go ahead. April.
Jen, a couple of questions, one on abortion, following up on these meetings. Has the president in recent weeks been more deliberate in his conversations as to who he's talking with about the issue of abortion in this leaked draft that came out on the opinion, possible opinion?
When you say more deliberate, do you mean have we been having more conversations, or tell me more about what you mean?
The president of the United States been more deliberate in who he's talking with, abortion advocates or pro-lifers, pro-choicers. Has he been more deliberate in talking to Schumer? Has he been more deliberate in his conversations about abortion since this leak?
Yes, but so has the entire administration. And he has asked the Gender Policy Council, the Department of Health and Human Services, his counsel's office, to put together a plan and proposal, which he's been engaged in meetings about, to discuss what we should prepare to do to protect women's basic fundamental rights that have been the law of the land for 50 years. I think there's no question, not just for Americans who care deeply about this, but for the president as well, that this leaked opinion, whether it's final or not, which we know the Supreme Court has said it's not, and they need to issue a final one at the appropriate time, has raised the alarm bells about what is at risk here. Even though we have seen prior to this, a number 288 Republicans sign on to the amicus brief on the Mississippi case. So it's not that the effort to overturn Roe v. Wade is new. That has been ongoing for decades. But certainly this leaked draft raised the concern, raised the alarms, and certainly has heightened our focus on preparing what options are possible.
Right, but since 1973, there's been a stronger fight since all this happened. But now you have people like Elizabeth Warren and Senator Schumer who are pushing this hard. Has he been in conversations with both of them, and is he planning on talking to them before tomorrow?
We've been in touch with a range of senators. We don't read out those conversations as it relates to him from here. I understand we don't read them out per his ask. So he has a range of conversations. It's rare that I'm in the Oval Office and he doesn't pick up the phone and call a member of Congress. So I can assure you he's in touch with a range of members, and obviously this is front and center on their minds, as are other issues, but certainly we will continue discussing directly with Congress.
Please.
Go ahead, April.
So the next question on inflation. The president has drilled down, and administration officials have drilled down on issues of price gouging, going back to Caitlin's question, but this is more on a broader scale. The Agriculture Secretary came here a few months ago talking about price gouging. He called out Tyson Foods. People who are profiting.
Record profits yesterday.
Right. What's happened across the board? You have gas companies that are profiting. You have food companies that are profiting. Consumers are having a hard time dealing with what's at the grocery store and at the pump. Is the president going to start putting more of a focus on this profiteering or price gouging issue? Because you're seeing these numbers from Tyson. You're hearing about what's happening at the pump. And he even talked about, he asked local gas stations to look at the prices and see if they can make a cut themselves. Is there going to be an extra focus or a more concerted focus on this issue of price gouging?
Yeah, you heard the president talk about it this morning, and tomorrow he's going to be traveling to Illinois, where he's going to be talking about how we need to continue to help small farmers on agriculture. So we have talked about this, we have elevated it, and we want to make sure people across the country understand that some of these conglomerates, you mentioned the meat industry, but also oil and gas industry, should not be raising prices on consumers while they are making record profits. Okay, let me do Lynn Sweet, because I have a soft spot for her. Lynn Sweet, go ahead. Lynn Sweet, let's hear it. Lynn Sweet is going to ask a question.
Thank you, and this relates to his visit to Kankakee.
Lynn, thank you. I should have phoned a friend on the pronunciation. I practiced it. I didn't get it right. I should have seen you here. Go ahead.
Okay, so on his visit to Kankakee and Chicago, I have noticed, as others have, that the language that you used today in recent days on calling this Putin's price hike and ultra MAGA. I'm curious, when you go to the IBEW to talk about supporting the new jobs infrastructure, energy issues, and the record on those issues, is this effective language to use in that kind of audience? Because when you go to Kankakee, it's really your event, and it's clear. You don't have to worry about an audience reacting one way or the other. Could you speak to that?
Well, I think when he's visiting a family farm in Kankakee. How did I do there? Okay. And so when he's there, he's really going to talk about the role of American farmers and the amazing agricultural sector we have in this country and the role that all Americans are playing in standing up for democracy and against autocracy. We think of it often as weapons, and obviously he went to the Javelin plant last week, but it's also about providing American food that's produced here in this country, and what can we do more to produce more. So that's what those remarks will be more about. I have not yet looked at the remarks he will give at the IBEW tomorrow afternoon, but I can tell you, whether it's tomorrow or in days and weeks ahead, you will all continue to hear him talk more about his concern about ultra MAGA Republicans and their agenda. And of course, this is not the last you've heard from us about Chairman Scott's tax plan. That will raise taxes. Okay, thanks everyone.
One question from each of these.
a masterful job telling the story of their fellow citizens during this invasion and this war. It's tough to read, tough to watch, but you know what? It should be, based on what Mr. Putin's doing, and the bravery and skill that they're showing every day is truly inspiring. Just as the work of and the fighting of the Ukrainian soldiers is. I also would be remiss if I didn't also congratulate the staff of the New York Times for the Pulitzer that they won in their coverage of civilian casualties caused by the United States military and military operations. That coverage was, and it still is, not comfortable, not easy, and not simple to address. We know that we had more work to do to better prevent civilian harm, and we're doing that work. We knew that we had made mistakes. We're trying to learn from those mistakes. We knew that we weren't always as transparent about those mistakes as we should be. But their reporting reinforced those concerns, and in some cases gave us cause for additional concerns. And it made us ask ourselves some new and difficult questions of our own, even as it forced us to answer their difficult questions. I cannot say that this process was pleasant, but I guess that's the whole point. It's not supposed to be. That's what a free press at its very best does. It holds us to account. It makes us think, even as it informs. It changes our minds, and it helps us better at our big job of defending this nation. The talented staff and reporters in the New York Times, some of whom work in this very press corps alongside you, have done all that. And yes, we are grateful to them for it. We know they're happy for the Pulitzer, but we hope that they are also content in the knowledge that they made a real difference on a real and very challenging issue. And with that, we'll take questions. Lita.
Thanks. Can you address the uptick in violence in Odessa? You've talked a lot over the last week or month or more about ongoing shipment of weapons, et cetera, into Ukraine. But has this increased tempo in Odessa made any of those shipments more difficult? And there's been conflicting reports about whether or not there were hypersonic missiles fired into Odessa. Can you address that also? Thank you.
I have no evidence to speak to with respect to hypersonic missiles being fired at Odessa. We have seen the Russians use hypersonic missiles in the past, over the last 75 plus days, largely to hit buildings, essentially. But it hasn't been a preponderance of the missiles by any stretch used by the Russians. And there's been no impact to, at least none that I'm tracking or that we're tracking, no impact to the flow of and shipment of material into Ukraine, either as a result of the strikes on Odessa or the strikes anywhere else. That stuff continues to flow every day. Dan.
President Zelensky told the congressional delegation that visited Kyiv recently that the government wanted multiple rocket launchers, more advanced drones, and anti-ship missiles. And the multiple rocket launchers would obviously have a longer range than the artillery that the U.S. and others have given them. Is that something that you're seriously considering?
I'm not going to get into our deliberations with the Ukrainians, Dan. I mean, we get a version of this question almost every day. We are in constant communication with the Ukrainians about the fight. In fact, the Secretary spoke to Minister Reznikov just yesterday about the fight. We're in a constant conversation at multiple levels with the Ukrainians. And as we continue to put together packages of drawdown authority going forward, it is very much informed by what the Ukrainians need in the fight and what we can provide in the fight. I would just tell you that we are trying to focus, and have since the very beginning, on systems that they already know how to use and don't need any ramp-up time. Short of that, it's systems that are at least somewhat compatible and not totally alien to them, so that they can, again, the training is not onerous, it's not too lengthy, doesn't require too many people taken out of the fight, and that these are systems that we know that they can have an immediate impact. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made with respect to future drawdown authority or what systems might go. All I can tell you is that we're hearing directly from them. I mean, I understand that they also make similar arguments in public and also make similar arguments to lawmakers. It's not as if we're not talking to them about this in real time ourselves, and we do the best we can to fulfill those needs. And if we can't, then we're working hard with allies and partners who also have access to some systems that the Ukrainians desire and or are comfortable with, to get them to help provide it as well. And we're even involved in helping coordinate the shipments of that other material that isn't American into Ukraine. Go ahead.
There's been an uptick, it appears, in Russian sorties. Is there any change in the airspace? Do the Russians have more control in the air? Are they closer to air superiority or no?
No, we would not assess that the Russians have air superiority over Ukraine, and we would still assess that the airspace is contested. And one of the reasons it's contested is because the Ukrainians still have a viable air force of their own, and they also have a very effective air defense capability, both short and long range air defense capability. And we know that it's having an impact on Russia because not only do they not have air superiority, but because of the kinds of flight profiles they're flying. Most of their sorties never even leave Russian airspace. So, we're going to continue to stay focused on making sure that the Ukrainians have, that their air defense remains effective. Yeah, Sylvie.
You have been speaking about the Ukrainian forces that were deployed along the Donbass front line. Is it your assessment that they are still holding this line, or did they move from this line?
Oh my goodness, Sylvie, there's movement every day in the Donbass, but the Ukrainians still have a force presence in the Donbass. I'm not going to detail where it is or how many. Again, that's force disposition data and information that I don't think we need to be publicly talking about. But they are still in the Donbass. They are still putting up a very stiff resistance, and they have prevented the Russians from achieving many of the objectives that they had in the Donbass region. They're still there, still fighting hard. Tara.
Pentagon's assessed that Russia is running through its stockpile of precision-guided munitions. Does this also include hypersonics? And does the Pentagon assess that Russia will be able to reconstitute this stockpile at all?
I don't have an update on their hypersonic inventory, Tara. They have not fired, from our assessment, a whole lot of hypersonic missiles. And again, it's a bit of a head scratcher why you would use a hypersonic against a building, but I'll let the Russians speak for that. And I've talked about this many times from the podium, we do assess that they are running through their precision-guided missiles at a pretty fast clip. We know that in Mariupol, for instance, their use of munitions has migrated from almost all precision-guided to a significant number of what we would call dumb bombs, non-precision guided munitions in Mariupol. And we believe that the sanctions are part of this because it's harder for Mr. Putin to get the kinds of components that make up precision-guided munitions, and his defense industrial base is having trouble keeping up with that. I'm sorry, there was another question there. How long it's going to take? I don't know. I can't predict how long it would take or what efforts Mr. Putin is making to replenish his supplies. I mean, that's a question only he and his Ministry of Defense can answer, but we know that already the sanctions are having an effect on his ability to wage war.
But if they're having to rely more on dumb bombs, wouldn't those aircraft have to enter Ukrainian airspace?
I didn't say they're never entering Ukrainian airspace, but they're not. But the preponderance of them are not. I mean, and when they do, they don't stay in Ukrainian airspace very long, and that's because Ukrainian air defenses are still so effective. Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Because it's a great public interest in Ukraine, I have to return to my question I tried to discuss with you last week. It was too early, obviously. Right now, after President Biden signed the Lend-Lease for Ukraine Act, what's the situation from the Pentagon point of view? Do you have any plan how, the aid will be separated between the foreign military sales and possibly...
Yeah, we're still, I mean, I think, look, we're still analyzing the Lend-Lease Act to determine exactly, specifically, what authorities and what capabilities it will help us provide. I would, remind that in many cases, it's going to require some bilateral agreements between the United States and Ukraine. That's what Lend-Lease is about. And when through Lend-Lease, when an item is given to a country, they're responsible for either returning it and maintaining it and returning it, and or providing compensation for it should it not be able to be returned. And so there's, for each item under Lend-Lease, you've got to work through that agreement. So we're still analyzing all the authorities now that the act, now the law will give us, and we're certainly going to act in accordance with the law, certainly within the spirit and the intent of it, but it's just too early to know with granularity exactly what that's going to mean. In the meantime, however, we continue to urge Congress to pass the President's supplemental request, which he asked for $33 billion. $5 billion of that would include drawdown authority, additional drawdown authority, so that we can continue uninterrupted providing things out of our own stocks. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, John.
Hey,
Nice
Mike. How are you? It's hard with the lights sometimes to see
Yeah.
everybody's face. What's going on?
Can I ask you a sort of general question? What do you think is the U.S. strategic objectives in arming Ukraine with billions of dollars of arms, apart from helping Ukraine to defend itself?
That is the strategic objectives, to help Ukraine defend itself against this unlawful and unprovoked invasion. I gather that the question is kind of getting at, what does victory look like? And victory needs to be defined by the Ukrainians, by President Zelensky, and the people of Ukraine, not the United States. So what we want to do is make sure that we are giving Ukraine the advantages they need on the battlefield and at any future negotiating table to be able to define for themselves what victory is going to look like.
So there isn't, as it were, an extra overarching objective.
An extra overarching objective, such as?
Such as vis-a-vis America and Russia.
I think, look, we obviously don't want to see, as you've heard Secretary Austin say, we don't want to see Russia in a position to be able to visit this sort of violence on their neighbors again. But this is not about the U.S. versus Russia, Mike. I mean, as much as Mr. Putin would love to make it about the West versus Russia, NATO versus Russia, U.S. versus Russia, this is about Russia against the people of Ukraine. And what we're focused on is making sure Ukraine can defend itself, that it is placed in positions of advantage on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. This is not about the U.S. versus Russia. It is very much about trying to help end this war and to give Ukraine the advantages that it needs to do that. Yeah, Tom.
Hi, John. Just an issue of Lend-Lease. It's very interesting. Should you have an open evening sometime to go back and see which nations actually have repaid the United States for the Lend-Lease Act of World War II.
Have you?
I have.
And the number is?
One.
One.
Yeah.
Who?
Great Britain.
Okay.
The Soviet Union, now Russia, has not, just parenthetically. My question is not about Lend-Lease, however. Yesterday you
I don't have any open evenings either, so.
I know that. So I guess it was a rhetorical offering.
Yeah.
Yesterday you talked about why the conflict was not necessarily a stalemate. Today I'm going to ask you about another word, and that's the word proxy. You just said this is not about the U.S. versus Russia, and I did hear that.
Right.
But, proxy war is that when one side supports someone in the conflict but is not directly engaged in the conflict, but acting on behalf of other parties. Would you call this a proxy war on the part of the United States and some NATO nations?
No.
And why not, please?
It's a war that Russia started, a war of choice, a war against the people of Ukraine. And it's a war that's being fought by the people of Ukraine. Now look, have they engendered, and rightly so, the support of the United States and so many other nations in this fight for freedom that they are fighting? Yes, they have. But that doesn't make it a proxy war. Again, that's the Putin trope. That's exactly the narrative that Mr. Putin would love to have out there, that it's the United States fighting Russia, that we're somehow trying to diminish Russia as a nation or force him out of power. None of that is true. And you can listen to those tropes throughout his speech yesterday. This isn't about Nazism. There's no Nazis in Ukraine. It's not about the West. It's not about the United States. It's about a completely fabricated justification That Mr. Putin put forth about his own national security being put at risk by Ukraine. That's what started this war. That's what this war is all about. And I think it's useful to remind that Ukraine threatened absolutely nobody, to include Russia. Anything else, Abraham?
Hey, John. Two questions. One, I wondered if you could preview the British Defense Secretary Wallace's visit tomorrow. Why is he coming? What does Secretary Austin expect to chat with him about? Is this like sort of getting closer to the next Ukraine contact group? And then secondly, on what you mentioned at the top about the Times story and the civilian casualties, I don't want to rehash old news, but can you talk about any ongoing changes that are being implemented now?
Yeah, we're in the middle of working through the. You saw the Secretary stood up a civilian harm mitigation team and process, and they've started now a 90-day initial process of getting themselves started and manning up, and that's ongoing. And their whole purpose is to look for innovative ways to help us get better at civilian harm mitigation, and to be able to come back on a routine basis to the Secretary to advise them on better processes, better techniques, better policies to help mitigate civilian harm. So yeah, I mean, we've taken away not just from the reporting, but from recent experiences that we know we have to get better at this, and we are. And I think you're going to see, even before their 90-day initial assessment period is up, I think you're going to see the Secretary speak about this as well. I mean, it's something we take seriously, and it's something that we're not afraid to admit that we take seriously and that we want to do better. Unlike Russia, unlike the unmitigated violence and destruction that they're causing on the people of Ukraine, and without care, without acknowledgement, no investigations, no transparency, no effort to even not cause civilian harm, much less the war crimes that their soldiers are committing on the ground. Now look, I'm not saying that we have everything in order. We don't, and we know that. And here's the difference. We're willing to admit it, and we're willing to investigate, and we're willing to stand up teams to go look and get better at it. I'm willing to stand up here at the podium and talk about it, and so is the Secretary. And we're willing to acknowledge that sometimes your reporting, the reporting that all of you have done, not just the New York Times, but all of you have done on civilian harm, we also take seriously. And when you ask us tough questions, we answer them. You're not seeing any of that from the Russian Ministry of Defense. None. Zero. And you know what? You're not going to see it going forward. And I'm all lathered up. And what was your first question?
I want to drill down a little bit on that. Does the Secretary anticipate there would be work with the U.S. Air Force, since airmen were involved and they're involved in some
Oh
of
yeah,
these
look, I
strikes?
mean, it cuts across services, Abraham. I mean, and it's not about looking at a service specific, but oftentimes in the last 20 plus years of warfare, when we have caused civilian harm, it's because of joint operations. So sometimes it's the result of people on the ground, sometimes it's the result of people in air ops. I mean, and sometimes it's kind of both. I mean, you can find examples where coordination and communication wasn't as good as it should have been, and intelligence analysis wasn't where it should have been. So, I mean, it cuts across. It wouldn't be fair to say, well, we're going to go after the Air Force on this. I mean, we're going to go after ourselves, all of ourselves on this, and try to get better at it.
So the first was on Wallace and the Ukraine contact.
Oh, yeah. Well, we look forward to having Mr. Wallace back at the Pentagon. I think this will be his second meeting in the Pentagon with Secretary Austin. Of course, he's no stranger to the Pentagon. He was here in the previous administration as well. Great Britain is, as always, a terrific partner and such a staunch ally. So it's a real treat for us to be able to have Mr. Wallace back here in the Pentagon. The Secretary is very much looking forward to the conversation. Look, I think it goes without saying that Ukraine will be a major topic of discussion. And the British have been leaders and strong contributors in terms of providing security assistance to Ukraine and in helping coordinate that assistance as well. So I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of support to Ukraine. Minister Wallace was at the Ramstein contact group, now we're calling it the contact group, the consultative meeting back in Germany. There will be another one this month, most likely a virtual meeting. The May meeting, the Secretary wants to do these monthly, so the one in May will most likely be virtual. We don't have it all locked in right now. It'll be later this month. And I have no doubt that the Secretary and Minister Wallace will have a chance to talk about sort of what the agenda on that first contact group, second consultative meeting looks like and feels like. But there's going to be a lot to discuss, and we're absolutely delighted to have him back.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about Taiwan. The U.S. warship, the USS Port Royal, transited the Taiwan Strait today. That this is the second transit over the last 2 weeks. Are there any particular concern about the Chinese military activities around the Taiwan Strait? What does the U.S. want to demonstrate by stepping up the maritime activities now?
I don't know that I call it stepping up, Rio. We've conducted Taiwan Strait transits before. It's not atypical for us. And you're right. This was another routine transit conducted today on the 10th. Through international waters in accordance with international law. The ship transited through a corridor in the strait that is beyond the territorial sea of any coastal state, which is the way we do this. And the Port Royal's transit demonstrates, you asked what it demonstrates our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. I want to stress again, we will continue to fly, sail, and operate anywhere where international law applies, and that's what this was about. This was the application of international law and our right to operate inside that law. I mean, we believe in a rules-based international order. International law is part of that rules-based international order. Okay, let me go to the phones here. Idris.
Hey, John. Earlier today during the hearing, the head of the DIA described the war as a stalemate. Yesterday when you talked, you wouldn't go that far, and I was just wondering if you now agree with him. Is there a different definition maybe of stalemate? I'm just trying to, sort of square the circle between the two comments.
We were talking yesterday about what's going on in the Donbass, which is the focus of the war right now. We still believe it's a very dynamic environment. It's a very kinetic fight, and villages and towns continue to change hands, and the Russians have not made much of any appreciable progress. But that's not to say they've made no progress over the last few days and week or so. So I'm comfortable with the way I couched it yesterday. Let's see, Howard Altman.
Thanks, John. Let's change the pace a little bit. Next week, Congress is going to be holding the first hearing into UFOs in 50 years. There's going to be two people from the Pentagon testifying. Can you comment about that? And also, can you tell us any update on the Airborne Objects Identification and Management Synchronization Group, otherwise known as AOMSIG? Any update on what they're doing?
I don't have an update for you on the UAP group that you're talking about. We're still working to sufficiently staff that organization and get them into a battle rhythm, but I don't have any updates for you. And I could not hear your first question.
Can you comment about next week? Congress is going to hold the first hearing in 50 years on UFOs, UAPs. I was wondering if you just comment on that, since two people from U.S. military are going to be testifying there.
Yeah, no, look, we're looking forward to the upcoming opportunity here to engage members of Congress on this very important matter. I'm not going to get ahead of that testimony, but we are absolutely committed to being as transparent as we can with the American people and with members of Congress about our perspectives on this and what we're going to try to do to make sure we have a better process for identifying these phenomena, analyzing that information in a more proactive, coordinated way than it's been done in the past, and that we also are doing what we need to do to mitigate any safety issues as many of these phenomena have been cited in training ranges and in training environments. And so we're very much concerned about safety of flight. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to talk to Congress about this. I won't get ahead of the hearing, though. Let's see, Mike Brest.
Sounded like Howard had a follow-up. If he wants to ask, he can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, how concerned is the Pentagon that these might be some kind of adversary, objects from somebody like China or Russia, et cetera?
I don't have. We don't have a view on that, Howard. I mean, there's been enough of the sightings in terms of, particularly in terms of training ranges, that we do have, we think, legitimate safety of flight concerns here. But the department hasn't come to a conclusion about what all these phenomena are, what they represent. That's why we're putting this group together, so that we can do a better job of just collating the information. It's been sort of ad hoc in the past in terms of a pilot here or a pilot there seeing something, and the reporting procedures haven't been consistent. So what we're trying to do with this group is get together a process here, and I know process isn't very fun for you to report on, and probably not very fun for me to talk about, but that's what we need. We need a better process. That's what this group is going to do for us. Let's see, I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. To follow up on Abraham's question, OSD said back at the end of February that General Michael Garrett's investigation into the 2019 strike in Syria was in its final stages, and we haven't heard anything about it since, so I thought I'd ask.
I think that work is complete, and the Secretary's working his way through General Garrett's report, and I think you'll probably hear more about that soon. Jared.
Hi, John. Thank you. Just wanted to check if you can confirm the King of Jordan is in town for visits at the White House and among lawmakers. Just checking if he's going to be visiting the Pentagon this week and meeting with senior officials. Thanks.
I don't have anything on the schedule to announce right now, but when we do, we will. Okay, got time for a couple more in the back.
Yes, there's a report that Belarus has sent the special forces down to the border, and it said that it was due to 20,000 Ukrainians that are currently on the border of Belarus Can you collaborate that information at all?
I cannot, no.
And also, is there any update on the number of Ukrainian soldiers that are still at the plant in Mariupol?
I don't have an update for you. I don't think the numbers appreciably changed, but I would let the Ukrainians speak to their force levels in any one location. We do assess that they are still there, they are still resisting, and the proof of that, that the Russians know they haven't taken Mariupol, is that they're continuing to bomb Mariupol. And they still have force levels outside Mariupol themselves and in the city. Did you have one?
I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to this Russian media report that's saying that the U.S. and NATO have military equipment lined up on Finland's border with Russia. Is that just a bogus Russian claim, or is there any truth behind that?
Bogus. Okay, thanks everybody.
We would do something extraordinary today and start on time, and also without a topper. So dangerous as that might be, I'll turn right to your questions. Daphne.
Ukraine has said it would suspend the flow of gas through a transit point, which it said delivers almost a third of the fuel piped from Russia to Europe through Ukraine. Will the U.S. need to increase LNG exports to Europe given this move, and does it change the timeline at all for more U.S. or EU tightened sanctions on Russian energy?
Well, it doesn't change one timeline, and that is the timeline associated with lessening global dependence on Russian oil. And the timeline associated with that is as soon as possible. As you know, the United States, countries around the world have already taken steps. The United States took steps last month through an executive order to ban the import of Russian oil, of Russian energy. Other countries have followed suit using their own authorities. Blocks of countries are having these discussions about how best they can do that. So I think what we've heard today only reinforces what we already knew. We knew that there has to be a near-term response to the disruptions in the global energy market that President Putin's invasion of Ukraine has caused, and as you've heard from us in recent weeks, we have been in close coordination and close touch with allies and partners around the world to surge energy supplies, in some cases tapping strategic petroleum reserves. In the case of the United States, tens of millions of barrels from our strategic petroleum reserve. Other countries have made similar investments in their own strategic petroleum reserves to ensure that supplies of energy are where they need to be for countries that need it in this interim period. And I call it an interim period because our goal over the longer term is to see to it that we take steps to lessen dependence on Russian energy. Part of that is going to be the transition away from fossil fuels towards renewables, towards green technology. That will help with that. But part of that too will be finding longer term sustainable ways to ensure that our partners, especially those partners on the front lines who have found themselves over the course of years or even decades reliant on Russian energy flows, to see to it that they have other options to fulfill their energy needs. So that's something we're working on, including in the context of the US-EU Energy Task Force that President Biden established with his European counterpart a number of weeks ago. Francesco.
A quick one on Ukraine. Senators Graham and Blumenthal introduced a resolution today asking the Secretary to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Can you update us on the process, if there is one, to determine whether Russia will qualify as a state sponsor of terrorism? Is that something you're
aware of that resolution, aware of Congress's interest in this matter, and of course of Congress's broader interest in our approach to Russia and Ukraine? What I can say is that the state sponsor of terrorism statute is a statute, not to be too subtle about it, and that means that it is something, the criteria by which states are designated are not, those are not up to us, those are up to Congress. What is up to us is to take a close look at the law, to take a close look at the facts, that is to say what Russia is doing, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in countries around the world, to determine whether that fact pattern fits the criteria that is laid out in the statute. So that's something that we're always looking at, not only with this authority, but with every authority that we have. The broader point is that we are going to pull every appropriate lever we can to apply pressure on the Russian Federation until and unless its brutal invasion of Ukraine, its brutal aggression against Ukraine comes to a halt. And the fact is that together with dozens of countries across 4 continents, we have applied our own sanctions. We've used international authorities as well to not only apply sanctions, but also export controls. And so the practical effect is that much of what various authorities call for have already been put in place, given what we've already done vis-a-vis our own authorities and what other countries have done in terms of their authorities. But we'll continue to watch and to determine whether Russia's actions in Ukraine merit and qualify for additional authorities. If we feel those authorities are appropriate, we won't hesitate to apply them.
Does that just mean that at this stage it doesn't qualify, it doesn't meet the criteria?
We're always looking at the facts and the law, and we'll continue to do that.
Can you talk a little bit about terrorism designations in general, whether there are FTO designations or state-sponsored designations? And are you willing to say what a lot of people say privately, which is that, it's just a bit of show? And in terms of the 2 cases that we're looking at right now, the IRGC and Russia, that in fact, most, if not all, of what could be done if these designations were, one, kept or added, would be exactly the same as what this administration, and previous administrations have already been doing.
Well, I think your point is well taken, that there are various authorities we can use when it comes to the IRGC, to take that one example. It is an entity that is among the most heavily sanctioned entities on the face of the planet. In addition to the FTO, there are a number of other authorities that are used to constrain and constrict its activities and those of its leadership and its proxies as well. I used this data point the other day, but of the 107 sanctions the Biden administration has imposed on Iran, 86 of those, some 3/4, have been applied against the IRGC or its proxies. So the fact is that we do have a number of tools, but whether it's the SST, whether it's the FTO designation, both of these things are defined by statute.
Understood. But I mean, isn't the administration a little bit frustrated that people seem to be making political points out of this, out of both of these things?
Matt, we're cognizant of the town we live in.
And?
We're closely examining the facts and the law with all of these things. That applies equally to the state sponsor of terrorism designation as it does to the FTO.
But for people who have been around for a long time, including those in this building, in the legal advisor's office, and others, do you think either of these decisions, if they go the way that the critics suspect they will make any difference at all?
I don't know what the critics, what they expect. What I do know is that we are going to follow the law. We're going to do what's in our national security interest when it comes to every authority under the sun, and whether the target of those authorities is Iran, Russia, any other state actor or non-state actor. But since you have raised Congress, I will walk through this open door and point out the fact that our assistance to Ukraine has been, just as we promised, massive. We have provided $4.5 billion worth of security assistance to Ukraine since the start of this administration, some $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the invasion began. These are supplies, weapons, that precisely what Ukraine needs to defend itself. We started doing this well in advance of the Russian invasion. We started doing it last summer. We did it again in December in advance of the invasion, and of course we have announced multiple drawdowns during the course of this invasion. We are now at our 9th presidential drawdown. The fact, however, is that right now our coffers in terms of drawdown funding, they're dwindling. And after providing $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the start of the invasion, we now have less than $100 million left, and we will exhaust those funds within the next week. And so Secretary Blinken, together with Secretary Austin, they have conveyed a very simple message to congressional leadership. The message is, we need your help. We need Congress's help to see to it that the strategy that President Biden pledged before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the strategy we have pursued in the midst of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the strategy that has proved effective in helping our Ukrainian partners be effective at defending their country. That is a strategy that requires funding, and a strategy for which funding will be exhausted in key ways as of next week. We view the request that is before Congress now, the supplemental budget request, as vital in terms of what these funds will enable us to do, as well as the message they would send in terms of bipartisan support, in terms of the executive branch, the Hill, Americans of all stripes, for the people of Ukraine who are waging this fight to preserve their freedom, to preserve their democracy, and to preserve their country. This additional assistance we've requested, the brunt of our supplemental emergency request was in fact for security assistance, precisely what our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves. That includes artillery, armored vehicles, advanced air defense systems, all for Ukraine. This funding will also go beyond the security realm. It will help Ukraine keep schools open. It will help replenish this and stockpile in support of U.S. troops on NATO territory. It will help our Ukrainian partners and also our NATO allies do precisely what we feel it is imperative that they be positioned to do at this moment. Nazir.
I don't remember asking about the assistance, but thank you for the 4-minute exposition.
But before you arrived, and I will point out that you arrived late for the cameras.
I did.
I said there'd be no topper, so I wanted to make up for that.
Fair enough.
Yes, Nazira.
Thank you, Mr. Price. First of all, thank you very much for yesterday's your answer. Afghan women, they were so happy, but they still ask me and ask you that what option United States will bring to Taliban if they didn't fix themselves about a woman's job. This is regular job that every Afghan do it. We don't have any problem, but like that, it's unacceptable for Afghan women. And also Afghan people,
ask, based off your opinion, why United States failed to fix Afghanistan during this 20 years?
Thank you.
What's the reason?
So let me start by following up on the conversation we had yesterday about some of the very disturbing, very concerning edicts we've heard from the Taliban. Of course, what we've heard in recent days regarding the requirement for women's attire, what we've heard about the restrictions on girls attending secondary schools, and other steps. All of these have been deeply concerning. And it's not only concerning to us, in some ways much more importantly, it is much more important that it is deeply concerning to Afghans across their country, across Afghanistan. They have voiced their opposition to this edict that proposes severe limitations on half of Afghanistan's population, and that effectively limits and constricts the ability of half of Afghanistan's population to participate fully in Afghan society. So combined with the continuing ban on girls' secondary education, restrictions on freedom of movement and targeting of peaceful protesters, the Taliban's policies towards women are an affront to human rights, and they will continue to impair the Taliban's relations with the international community, including with the United States. We're discussing these developments with our partners around the world, the legitimacy and support the Taliban seeks from the international community. They know that it depends on their conduct, including and centrally their protection on the rights of women and girls. These are commitments that the Taliban has made privately. These are commitments, again, much more importantly, that they have made publicly to their own people, and these are the commitments on which we are going to base and we are going to judge any future relationship that we will have with the Taliban. And we know that other countries feel similarly. Other countries with whom we've worked closely on Afghanistan since August of last year and well before August of last year do feel similarly. In the interim, we've paused nearly all senior-level engagement with the Taliban in response to the Taliban's decision in March to prevent girls from attending secondary education. We do remain concerned about these other restrictions that we talked about. We believe, first and foremost, that the Taliban should respond to the Afghan people whose rights the Taliban have pledged, once again, publicly to respect. We have heard that very message from our Afghan partners in recent days. Tom West, our special representative for Afghanistan, Rina Amiri, our special representative for women and girls, Ian McCrary, our representative who is now based in Doha, have heard that message from Afghan interlocutors in recent days. Our Afghan partners tell us that they have seen a disturbing pattern of restrictions on their rights that doesn't reflect the cultural diversity or their hopes for Afghanistan's future. It also doesn't reflect what they heard, what the world heard from the Taliban. This, of course, brings back painful memories of the Taliban from the 1990s. We remain, as I said before, in close communication with our allies and partners regarding our shared concern with what we've seen. And again, the Taliban's responsiveness to the demands of the Afghan people and to the expectations of the international community will define not only our relationship with the Taliban, but the world's relationship with the Taliban. We know that we cannot have a normal relationship with the Taliban until they respect fully the rights of all of the people of Afghanistan. Yes?
Hold on. So what are you going to do? Can I re-ask my question from yesterday? So what are you going to do? I don't understand. I mean, I saw that some people wrote, oh, U.S. says it's going to take measures to, if the Taliban doesn't reverse these decisions. But what measures have you taken, or are you going to take? And you haven't taken any, even though they've done these offensive things that you say, going back more than a month now. So what exactly are you going to do, and why should anyone believe you when you say we're going to punish the Taliban, or we're going to take steps to make our disapproval clear?
First, Matt, we have led the world, as you know, in providing humanitarian relief and humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. So I think our credibility, when it comes to the concern of, when it comes to the humanitarian concerns of the Afghan people, I think we have established our leadership on that.
Did the United States lead the world in withdrawing from Afghanistan and allowing the Taliban to take control again? Yes or no? Yes, right? I mean, you can't deny that, can you?
I would absolutely reject the premise of the question that the United States allowed the Taliban to take the capital. And Matt, we can relitigate questions that have been litigated for the past 20 years about an investment that we have made in a country, including with treasure and, more importantly, bloodshed on the part of this country, and the assessment of this president that the presence of some 2,500 troops who would once again be involved in a civil war, who would be targeted, who would have a target on their back, not only by the Taliban, but also by elements like ISIS-K, a 2,500 strong contingent that would not, in the end, would have been able to prevent the Taliban or any larger force from coming to power. So you can argue with the decision that the president made to withdraw militarily from Afghanistan. We are confident in that decision. We know what's in our national interest. We also know what we can accomplish without having a contingent of military deployment on foreign soil. And that's what we're trying to do with our humanitarian assistance. The humanitarian assistance that we have provided to the people of Afghanistan since August of last year has led the world, just as our provision of humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan prior to August of last year has led the world.
This administration has also said that human rights is its number one, or one of its top priorities in terms of foreign policy.
Central to our foreign policy.
Exactly. Doesn't seem to be so central here.
It is central. It is
statements. And that,
Matt, but you seem to be accusing us of what the Taliban is doing to the people of Afghanistan.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm asking you what you're doing to.
And I am telling you, we are doing
this, or to show your displeasure, other than coming out with, saying, writing a nasty letter.
I can assure you, we are doing more than saying it. We are.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about reopening the embassy in Kyiv. Is there any discussion about sending people back to Kabul?
I am not aware of any discussion right now about reopening the embassy in Kabul.
Is it your belief, though, that Kabul is a war zone in the same way that Kyiv is?
There are a couple elements we look at. Safety and security is always at the top of that list. We also look at the propriety of what is appropriate in terms of diplomatic representation, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's...
One of the things, are you saying that one of the things you are doing to show your displeasure with the Taliban is not reopening the embassy?
What I'm saying is that we are not in a position to reopen the embassy. There are a number of factors that go into that. Safety and security is, of course, one. But also, we take a look at the propriety of diplomatic representation around the world. Our point is that we will judge the Taliban and any future relationship we might one day have with the Taliban based on their conduct, based on their willingness to live up to the public commitments they've made to the world. First and foremost is human rights, protecting the rights of the Afghan people, including its women, its girls, its minorities, living up to its counterterrorism commitments, living up to the fact that no entity should be holding an American hostage. We've discussed, of course, the case of Mark Frerichs. We'll continue to work to secure his freedom. There are a number of elements that go into any relationship we might one day have with the Taliban, but I can assure you that human rights is central to that list. Yes?
Can we move to U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit?
Sure.
Yeah, so on U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit, especially on Myanmar or Burma, how does the United States plan to work with ASEAN to hold the military junta further accountable for the coup and the violence afterwards?
Well, we support ASEAN's decision to invite non-political representatives from Burma to high-level ASEAN events, absent progress on the ASEAN 5-point consensus that was put forward. We will follow ASEAN's precedent for the upcoming U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit. And we're going to continue to follow that precedent because the regime has demonstrably failed to make progress on ASEAN's 5-point consensus, and it continues to escalate its violence, its repression against the people of Burma. We continue to support, in the meantime, ASEAN's efforts to press the regime to urgently and to fully implement the 5-point consensus, and including an immediate and meaningful visit by the ASEAN Special Envoy and facilitation of his engagement with all stakeholders, including representatives of the pro-democracy movement. Our partnership with ASEAN is central to returning Burma back to the path of democracy. I certainly expect it will be a topic of discussion as ASEAN leaders descend on Washington, descend on this building later this week, and we reaffirm our commitment to the Burmese people, and we will continue to promote a just and meaningful resolution to the crisis in Burma to help return Burma to that democratic path.
More U.S. sanctions against the junta on the table?
We will always look for ways to promote additional accountability for the military coup, for the related violence, for the repression, for the human rights abuses that have followed in the wake of the coup. As you know, we don't preview specific sanctions or specific steps, but we're always looking for ways to hold accountable those responsible.
If I may,
upcoming regional summits to be held in the United States. You know where I'm going here?
You could be speaking of the COVID.
No, I would be.
You could be speaking of Summit of the Americas.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say about the threats, or I don't know, threats is the right word, but suggestions that some countries might not show up because the Cubans, the Nicaraguans, and others are not going to be there?
I don't have anything to say right now on that. Of course, we will have more to say as the summit gets closer. This will be an opportunity for countries throughout the hemisphere to come together to speak to our shared values, the shared interests that unite us. Of course, the White House, as the host of the 9th Summit, will determine which countries to invite. The White House has not issued official invites to the summit at this time, but I expect those will go out soon.
When you say countries throughout the hemisphere, does that mean all countries, or could some be excluded?
That is a question
if they do not share your values.
The invitations are up to the White House, and so we'll have more to say once invitations are extended.
Please also ask who will represent Burma on Friday's special summit. I'm asking because the United States sends out the invitation.
Sorry, you're asking because?
Who will represent Burma in the special summit? Because the U.S. sent out the invitation.
We'll have, and I'm sure you will see more on that in the coming days.
Is
yes.
Secretary attending in person?
He will. He will. That's the plan. Yes.
Going back to the security assistance for Ukraine, the president, of course, is meeting with the Italian prime minister. There's been concerns expressed in that country, other allies, about the amount of weapons flowing into Ukraine. Does the administration see a limit, especially when it comes to lethal aid?
We have made clear, and the president made clear before the invasion, Secretary Blinken and others have also been speaking to this. starting before the invasion, but certainly during the invasion, that we would do three things in response to a renewed Russian invasion against Ukraine. We would provide Ukraine with the security assistance it needs to defend itself, the weapons that it would require to defend Ukrainian freedom, Ukrainian democracy, Ukrainian independence. Second, we would fortify NATO. We would see to it that our allies, especially our allies on the eastern flank, had what they needed to deter and potentially even respond to Russian aggression. And third, we made clear that we would put an unprecedented amount of pressure on the Kremlin through financial sanctions, through export control measures, through tools that we would enact with partners and allies around the world. We have made good on all three of those steps. We will continue to provide Ukraine with what it needs to defend itself. This is about self-defense. It is about preserving what is important to the Ukrainian people and what is in turn important to us. And that is Ukraine's freedom, its democracy, and its independence. Yes.
Thank you, sir. John Devani from Airway News TV, Pakistan. So, Secretary Blinken called youngest Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilal Bhutto Zardari, and invited him to attend a food security summit. So what were the points of discussion during the talk, and are we expecting any one-to-one meeting between Secretary Blinken and Bhutto?
I don't have any bilateral meetings to preview during the next week's food security gathering in New York. What I can say is that Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity to speak with his new Pakistani counterpart, Foreign Minister Bilal Bhutto Zardari, last week, May 6th, I believe it was. They had an opportunity to reflect on the 75th anniversary of U.S.-Pakistani relations, to talk about how we can strengthen that cooperation going forward. It is a broad-based bilateral relationship. The Secretary underscored the resolute U.S.-Pakistan commitment to Afghan stability and to combating terrorism as well. They also discussed ongoing engagement when it comes to our economic ties, trade, investment, climate, energy, health, and education. So it was a wide-ranging conversation, as these introductory conversations oftentimes are, and I expect before long they will have an opportunity to follow up on that.
Former Prime Minister Imran Khan still blaming U.S. for his ouster from Prime Minister office and leading an anti-American campaign. So do you think that his anti-American campaign creating fractures among the structure of the diplomatic relations between Pakistan and U.S., or it doesn't matter?
We are not going to let propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation, lies, get in the way of any bilateral relationship we have, including with the bilateral relationship we have with Pakistan, one we value.
So ISI's chief is here in Washington, D.C. Is there any meeting with the Secretary Blinken or any other State Department officials?
I would refer you to Pakistani authorities to comment on his schedule. I'm not aware of any meeting with Secretary Blinken. Yes.
Thank you, Matt. I have a question about Taiwan. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson criticized the State Department has changed the explanation on Taiwan, wording related to Taiwan on the website. So could you help us understand the significance of changing of the words? And was there any change on legal status of Taiwan or U.S.-Taiwan relationship?
Well, there's been no change in our policy. All we have done is update a fact sheet, and that's something that we routinely do with our relationships around the world. When it comes to Taiwan, our policy remains guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques and 6 assurances, as that very fact sheet notes. We regularly do updates on our fact sheets. Our fact sheets reflect, in the case of Taiwan, our rock-solid, unofficial relationship with Taiwan, and we call upon the PRC to behave responsibly and to not manufacture pretenses to increase pressure on Taiwan. Yes?
Is it oxymoron to say Taiwan is part of China if the United States has to switch diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China in 1970?
I didn't catch the first part of your question.
Is it oxymoron to say Taiwan is part of China if the United States had to switch diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China in 1979?
We operate under the auspices of our one China policy.
So
Yes.
can I just make sure I understand this? So there is absolutely no change in policy towards Taiwan and China based on, so why was it updated? Why did it change the language?
Matt, you know as probably better than most that
I know very well, but you know what? I also know that anything having to do with Taiwan is anathema to any change, even if it's a comma in a sentence, is going to get Beijing's attention, and they're going to be unhappy about it. So why now? Why was the decision made to change the fact sheet? And if there's no change, then why change the fact sheet?
The fact sheet had not been updated in several years. You know that our fact sheets are regularly updated. I think we care most about ensuring that our relationships around the world are reflected accurately in our fact sheets. I don't think we're as concerned as to what other countries might latch onto in an effort to create a pretense.
As you know, and as you guys had previewed, the Secretary was supposed to give a speech this week about U.S.-China policy. And of course, he had to postpone it because of his COVID diagnosis. Was this fact sheet updated in anticipation, or was it mistakenly updated?
No, it wasn't a mistake. We
that it was going to be, yeah, but was it going to be updated in conjunction with the speech that he was going to
This was not a policy rollout. This, believe me or not, this was really just a technical update to a fact sheet. Our policy has not changed.
But the language in it has changed, correct?
The substance has not changed. The policy has not changed.
The language in it has changed, and we all know that language means things, that words mean things, right? So there was, essentially you're saying there was no reason at all. The previous language could have stood and it would still be viable.
I invite you rather than just say words have changed to offer examples of what might be different. And you will find that our underlying policy has not changed. The fact sheet makes very clear that our One China policy has not changed. It remains guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. Yes.
On Russia-Ukraine, let me start with the Secretary's statement on cyber activities. Can you tell us more about your findings? Any, let's say, indication to Russia's increased capabilities that would tell other countries, like, immediate neighbors, that they are much more vulnerable than they used to be? If you talk to anyone in Georgia, Estonia, they will tell you, we told you so years ago, you never listened to us. But what does it tell you about Russia's capabilities right now? And also, secondly, I think the Secretary mentions new mechanisms to help Ukraine to detect and also to protect from Russian cyber attacks. Any additional details about them?
Sure. So on your second question first, and I'll get to today's announcement. But we have worked very closely with our Ukrainian partners in recent years, including in the months preceding Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to bolster their cyber capabilities. And so when we talk about some of the attacks that took place against Ukrainian systems, including these DDoS attacks that took place in the days and weeks prior to Russia's invasion, we've made the point, and our Ukrainian partners, more importantly, have made the point that their systems were back up, fully running, fully operational, in many cases within hours. And that is a testament to Ukraine's capabilities in the cyber realm. It's a testament to its ability, to its cyber resilience, to its ability to weather such operations. And we have been quite instrumental in helping Ukraine get to that point. Now, what we said today, and we did this in tandem with allies and partners in Europe is to publicly share our assessment that Russia launched cyber attacks in late February against commercial satellite communications networks in an effort to disrupt Ukrainian command and control during the invasion, and that those efforts did have spillover effects into other European countries. The activity disabled very small aperture terminals, or VSATs, in Ukraine and across Europe. This includes tens of thousands of terminals outside of Ukraine that, among other things, support wind turbines and provide internet services to private citizens, essentially serving as a link between satellites in the sky and systems on the ground. We and our partners are taking steps to help defend against Russia's irresponsible actions. We've identified new mechanisms to help Ukraine identify cyber threats and recover from cyber incidents, precisely what I was referring to a moment ago. We've also enhanced our support for Ukraine's digital connectivity, including by providing satellite phones and data terminals to Ukrainian government officials and critical infrastructure operators. We praise Ukraine's efforts, both in and out of government, to guard against and help their country recover from malicious cyber activity, even as their country is under physical attack. And the way that Ukraine was able to weather and to be resilient against and to bounce back from these malicious cyber attacks, it was a testament of the ability of Ukraine's cyber defenders.
And one more question, let me press you on the SST, if you don't mind. I think you understand why we keep asking about the Russia's designation, because another country today recognized Russia as a terrorist state. How far are we from the SST designation? Is it about days, months? You mentioned other countries went through parliamentarian, let's say, process. Are you expecting a message or any bill from the Hill, or what is the process that we're missing here? Are we missing the fact? Cuba last year was designated in that list. Is how close is Russia to that list based on its actions, current actions in Ukraine?
Well, whether it's this authority or any other authority, we don't detail our internal deliberations. But what I can tell you is that for every authority that's available to us, we look at the law. In this case, it's a law that determines the criteria for designating a state sponsor of terrorism, and we look at the facts. And so we are looking at both, and when it comes to the facts, we are closely looking at what Russia is doing, what Russia has done to the people of Ukraine, to determine which policy tools are most appropriate and responsive to those actions. But again, noting that we have already placed enormous economic and financial pressure on Moscow. It is not just the United States that has done this, but it is countries around the world, dozens of countries across 4 continents that have done so as well. But if there is a tool that is appropriate, as defined in this case or any other case by the law, and that would be effective, again, we will not hesitate to use it. Yes?
On that release of the information on the cyber attacks, now, can you talk about the timing of that? Why was that done now? And also, we know some of those attacks are ongoing. Is there concern that that spillover effect could be felt again in Europe or other places?
Well, these things do take time. What I can say is that we've worked closely with Ukraine, with NATO, with other European partners and other parties since well before Russia's invasion to understand the extent and the impact of Russia's malicious cyber activity against Ukraine. And over time, we sought out ways to meet Ukraine's need for cybersecurity and connectivity support, and will continue to augment that support. But as I said, in the lead up to the invasion, there were a spate of attacks from which Ukraine was able to bounce back quickly. An element of that was the training, was the support that the United States government had provided to our Ukrainian partners well before the invasion, knowing that Ukraine has been a target of malicious cyber activity, including from the Russian Federation, for at least the better part of a decade. Anytime we attribute a cyber activity such as this one, we do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods. We do so with an eye to the implications. But in this case, we're able to attribute it publicly, having gone through a process, having consulted closely with our Ukrainian partners, with our NATO allies, with other European partners and others. Let me move around just a little bit, Daphne. Sure.
Okay. How do you expect Marcos's presidency will have an impact on relations with the U.S. and American efforts to curb Chinese influence in the region? And then I have a question on Sudan as well, if that's okay.
Well, your question jumps ahead just a little bit. We're not quite there. We're monitoring the election results, and we look forward to renewing our special partnership and to working with the next administration on key human rights and regional priorities. As I said, we look forward to working with the president-elect, once that person is officially named, to strengthen the enduring alliance between the United States and the Philippines. It's an enduring alliance that is rooted in long and deeply interwoven history, shared democratic values and interests, and strong people-to-people ties between our countries. As friends, as partners, as allies, we'll continue to collaborate closely to advance a free and open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient Indo-Pacific region. We'll also continue, as I said before, to promote respect for human rights and the rule of law, which is fundamental to U.S. relations with the Philippines and in other bilateral contexts as well. And we're very pleased to welcome Secretary of Foreign Affairs Locsin to Washington this week for the U.S.-ASEAN Summit.
Okay, and then
wait, before you go to Sudan, all signs point to the conclusion that Marcos has won. So do you have any concerns about Bongbong Marcos being the new president of the Philippines?
What I can say from a technical standpoint is that we understand the casting and counting of votes to have been conducted in line with international standards and without significant incident. Again, the counting is still underway. It is not for us to declare a winner. We'll wait for the Philippines election authorities to do that.
Winner. I'm just asking you if you have any particular concerns about Marcos' son becoming the next president.
We
certainly had concerns about Duterte.
We look forward to working with the president-elect on the shared values and the shared interests that have united our countries across generations. Yes, go ahead.
The State Department released a statement last night supporting the tripartite political process in Sudan, but the UNITAM's talks that were supposed to kick off today did not. Is this something the U.S. is concerned about, and what makes you confident this process, which is facing criticism and suspicion from parties in the country, is the right path? And then is there any progress being made on holding security forces accountable for violence against demonstrators?
So we did release a statement last night. We released that statement to underscore our view that the UNITAM's African Union IGAD process is the best way to facilitate an inclusive path forward on Sudan's transition to democracy. Any deviation from that process would undo months of hard work with grassroots civilian activists and human rights defenders geared towards obtaining a broadly acceptable agreement. We do condemn violence against and unjust detentions of peaceful protesters, and we call for those responsible to be held accountable. We likewise condemn undue restrictions on local and international press in Sudan. We are prepared to levy consequences on those who impede or otherwise spoil Sudan's transition to democracy. We won't resume currently paused assistance to the Sudanese government until a credible civilian government is in place. We will, however, continue to support the Sudanese people, including through humanitarian assistance and support for civil society, which has continued uninterrupted since the takeover. Francesco.
Sri Lanka, do you have anything new, any updates since yesterday, since the situation has further deteriorated?
Well,
and the sight on view order to shoot site.
Well, we're concerned by the deployment of the military. We stress that peaceful protesters should never be subject to violence or intimidation, whether that's on the part of a military force or a civilian unit. More broadly, we're deeply concerned by reports of escalating violence in Sri Lanka over the past few days. We condemn, as I said before, violence against peaceful protesters. We call for a full investigation, arrest, and prosecution of anyone instigating and involved in acts of violence. We are, as I said before, also closely monitoring the deployment of troops, something that is of concern to us, and we're also closely following political developments in the situation on the ground in Sri Lanka after the resignation of the Prime Minister. We urge the governments and political leaders to work quickly to ensure public safety and work together to identify and implement solutions to achieve long-term economic and political stability in Sri Lanka. The government must address the Sri Lankan people's discontent over the economic crisis, including power, food, and medicine shortages, as well as their concerns about the political future of their country.
So in other words, the answer was no. You didn't have anything to add from what you said yesterday, but you decided to go.
He asked about the deployment of military forces.
You talked about that yesterday.
Nazir.
Yes, the other question that, as you know, already several wars started in Afghanistan as they predicted. And Ahmad Shah Massoud's son, make a group, and they started some activity. On the other side, some export, the United States, Australia, Canada, they get together and make a group to fight against the Taliban, and Afghan people sacrifice in this way. Does the United States support some of them, either Ahmad Massoud group or some other expert that they try to do something against Taliban?
We believe the best way to protect and to promote the human rights of all Afghans, including Afghanistan's women and girls, is through dialogue, inclusive dialogue. So we have continued to press the Taliban to take part in a meaningful, inclusive dialogue representative of all of Afghan society, including minorities, women, and girls.
So one of my colleagues sent me a question, if you would like to respond. So she says that US and Pakistan have always had a good education exchange relationship that opens doors to sharing ideas, best practices, innovation, and much more. Do you foresee continuation of such initiatives and efforts to expand relations with Pakistan and the people of Pakistan?
I absolutely do. Our educational exchange program, whether it's with Pakistan, whether it's with any other country, it's a core element of our people-to-people ties. We've been fortunate to have Pakistanis studying here in this country. We have American students who've had the opportunity to study in Pakistan. Those types of exchanges are always helpful, are always valuable as we seek to understand our partners, and as Americans seek to better understand the world, and as we have other countries better understand America. Nike, last question.
Yes, can I ask about South Korea? South Korea's new president officially takes office today. Do you have anything on South Korea's offer to North Korea's to improve North Korea's economy if it abandons its nuclear weapons? Thank you.
Well, let me start by saying that we do congratulate President Yoon Suk-yeol on his inauguration. The United States ROK alliance, rooted in the close friendship of our people, it's the linchpin for peace, security, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. We have been and we will continue to coordinate closely with the ROK to address the threat posed by the DPRK's unlawful WMD programs, its ballistic missile program as well, and to advance our shared objective on the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. This is, in fact, an objective that we share. It's an objective we shared with the last ROK government. It's an objective we share with this ROK government, and I know that we look forward to the opportunities ahead over the phone, in person, including when the President travels to the ROK in just a matter of days to continue these discussions with the new ROK administration on how we can advance and promote that goal.
Does the U.S. also assess North Korea will conduct a nuclear test before, sometime before President Biden's visit to Seoul? I'm asking because it's an assessment by South Korea's intelligence chief.
I wouldn't want to put a specific time frame on it, but we've been warning for some time. We've been making public our concern that the DPRK could undertake additional provocations. We've seen 3 ICBM tests. We've seen additional ballistic missile tests, and we've spoken of our concern that the DPRK may mount another nuclear.
Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. So we heard their plea and we're answering their request. Today we will be introducing a resolution urging the Secretary of State and the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, because they are. The Wagner Group is operating all over the world. It is seen by the Treasury Department to be a proxy of the Russian military. Putin has been engaged in war crimes on multiple fronts for 20 years. One of the most disruptive forces on the planet is Putin's Russia. And as we look at what can we do, we should be all in helping Ukraine. We should be all in making sure that Putin is marginalized and his country is marginalized as long as they engage in the behavior they're engaging in. So this designation will matter in U.S. law. There are only 4 other countries that have such a designation. They're Cuba, Syria, Iran, and North Korea. Dick and I are we're trying to include Russia to be the 5th. That's the company they should be associated with. These are totalitarian regimes that are up to no good. So I believe if we had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate urging the Secretary of State to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, it'd get 90+ votes. The hope is that we can take this resolution and put it in the Ukraine supplemental, because I think it does 2 things. It sends a strong message to the people of Ukraine: we listen to you, and we agree that the person who is destroying your country, who's murdering, raping, and killing your citizens, runs a nation that is a state sponsor of terrorism. And we're also letting the Russian people know that our fight is not with you, but is with Putin. And he has led your country down a path that's unsustainable for you. That as long as he's your leader engaging these activities, you'll be isolated on the world stage. So the audience is twofold: to the Russian people, change course, because if you stay with Putin, it's going to be a miserable existence for the Russian people. To the Ukrainian people, we're all in helping you. Now, I can't think of a stronger signal to be sent at a crucial time than the United States Congress working with the Biden administration, labeling Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. It will matter in our law. It will matter on the world stage. And Senator Blumenthal has been the most consistent, outspoken, unwavering voice on the Democratic side and in the whole Congress in making sure this moment does not pass. Putin has challenged the world. He's put in question everything we believe in. If he's still standing when this is over, and he's not labeled a state sponsor of terrorism, we've missed a mark. Every law in the book regarding war crimes has been violated. Every international norm has been turned upside down. For 20 years, he's literally gotten away with murder. Now it's time to designate him in a fashion befitting his conduct. He is a terrorist, and Russia is in the hands of a terrorist state run by Putin.
Thank you. First of all, let me say how grateful I am and proud to be standing with my friend and colleague who has been such a passionate critic of totalitarianism and torture all around the world. And I've been privileged to travel with Senator Graham, to work with him on issues like this one. And he stands for freedom and democracy, not only in Ukraine, but in the Middle East, wherever it is threatened. And we've introduced this resolution. I urge you to look at the findings. These findings are a litany of terror that Putin has launched against individuals whom he's tried to poison, against countries like the Chechen capital, Grozny, or Syria, Aleppo, places where he's used chemical weapons. If there is anybody who embodies terrorism and totalitarianism and torture, it is Vladimir Putin. And Russia, unfortunately, is in his hands. And so this resolution is absolutely appropriate, and it will put Russia outside the pale of civilized nations. It puts Russia outside the family of nations that adhere to basic norms of decency and morality. And we ought to condemn Vladimir Putin's acts of terror, not only as war crimes, but also as state-sponsored terrorism within the three laws. There are three specific laws that apply here, which impose sanctions and penalties. Now, a number of these penalties are already in existence. I don't want to exaggerate what the practical effect would be. Sanctions in terms of economic penalties, export controls, those kinds of economic sanctions exist to an extent now, but I would argue that all of the banks in Russia would be encompassed by the de-swifting or deconnecting of financial institutions under this designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. And equally important, individuals would have a right of action against Russia. Now, I know that may seem a little bit far-fetched, but in fact, it has been done against nations that commit terrorist acts, that kill or injure Americans, and designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism would waive its sovereign immunity. I don't mean to talk too much like a lawyer, but that's really important stuff for anybody who wants to vindicate individual rights. Designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism essentially squarely recognizes that it's in the company of Syria, Iran, Cuba, North Korea. That's the company it keeps. That's the moral sphere that it inhabits. And so I think that obviously the Secretary of State could do this on his own, and I hope that tomorrow he will. But in the meantime, this bipartisan action, I think, is more than message sending. It is a real action we can take to bolster and support the Ukrainian people. They've asked for it. We should act on it. And I really want to thank Senator Graham for his leadership. The more we can do to isolate Russia, the stronger our position. And this measure offers that prospect. And again, I just urge you to read the findings in here, because if you needed any persuasion, it's all here in black and white.
Well said. Yes, ma'am.
So we know Russia right now is acting as a foreign adversary. There's another foreign adversary, which is China. They haven't invaded another country, but they're attacking their own people. We know they're persecuting people of faith. There's evidence of them doing forced organ harvesting. Would this not be enough to also label them as a state sponsored of terror?
Well, we're focused on Russia because Russia has taken the international order and turned it upside down. The abuses you described in China, I think, are real. But if China went into Taiwan, I hope they understand what comes their way, right? So what we're trying to do is show China and other bad actors in the world, the world community is tired of this. Designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism would open up opportunities for individuals to right wrongs. It would put Russia in a unique club, and I hope China is watching. So we believe, Dick and I believe, that for 20 years we've given too much of a pass to Putin, that in a bipartisan way we have not done enough, and we're about to change that. Of all the things we could do this week, the $40 billion is really important. It puts weapons in the hands of the Ukrainian military who are fighting like tigers. It marginalizes Russia even more, and it helps the Ukrainian economy survive under this onslaught. But why did the Ukrainian parliament specifically ask for this? Because they understand the day that the United States says with a single voice that Russia is in the hands of a terrorist called Putin and the whole country is sponsoring terrorism would be a game changer in terms of the outcome of this war. So the money is incredibly important, but if we could marry up the money with the designation that Russia is a state sponsor of terrorism under our law, that would be a double blow.
And the money is really profoundly significant as a deterrent. And I think vis-a-vis China, this is another potential deterrent. The Chinese don't want to be in this club. Russia doesn't want to be in this club. But in terms of the deterrence to China taking the totally misguided action, I think they're watching. And if we act to put Russia in this club, it will be another deterrent to China.
So just quickly to be clear, this would be only a designation you could make if they were to invade. This isn't something you could put on, punish a country with for harming their own people, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, like Iran has been a bad actor all over the Mideast. Your concerns about China are legitimate, but we have in front of us the invasion of a sovereign nation by Russia, war crimes on an industrial scale. Under our law, we can't really cooperate with the International Criminal Court. We're not a member, and I'm not suggesting we join. But Dick and I are looking for ways to put pressure on Putin's Russia. I think we should be cooperating, sharing evidence we have about war crimes being committed by Russian forces inside of Ukraine. I think if the United States Congress could put into the supplemental aid package the designation of Russia being a state sponsor of terrorism, it would send the strongest signal yet that Putin as a leader of Russia is no longer considered legitimate. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to bolster the Ukrainians' ability to fight for their own freedom. We're trying to delegitimize Putin. This would be the strongest statement yet that he's not a legitimate leader. In the eyes of the United States Congress and the Biden administration.
And just to answer your question very directly, it isn't necessary that there be an invasion by a state sponsor of terror. The whole idea is a state sponsor of terrorism. Russia arguably was sponsoring terrorism before they invaded because they had their surrogates, their proxies, their mercenaries in Ukraine. I visited Ukraine in a bipartisan delegation shortly before the invasion. One of my colleagues asked President Zelensky, "Are you fearful about the Russians invading your country?" And he looked at us and he said, The Russians invaded our country in 2014. They've killed 14,000 of our people. They've been sponsoring terrorism, as these findings show, for years and years and years. And they should be held accountable in every possible way. I agree this measure ought to be part of the supplemental because we're acting not only with the economic and the military force of the United States of America, but also our moral force.
Two questions, if I may. To what extent, if any, would this influence any approach to a diplomatic solution? Is that still on the table? How would this impact reaching a diplomatic solution to ending the war? And then second part, unrelated, but on the supplemental, I wanted to ask, we're starting to see production constraints with regard to our ability to quickly produce key weapons, stingers, javelins. Are we reaching our limits? We have agreements to send Taiwan weapons over the next few years, and they've raised concerns that we may miss those deadlines. What can we do? What is done by the supplemental to ensure that we're bolstering our production capability, and are we at risk of reaching our limits as the U.S.?
Let me answer both questions, and Senator Graham may have a different answer. First of all, whatever the diplomatic solution or the solution militarily or diplomatically, the Ukrainians have to decide what they want. I think their goal ought to be to win. Yeah. I think we should support their winning. I said today in the Armed Services Committee, we've been schizophrenic. We want them to win, but we don't want Putin to lose in a way that might escalate. We've got to be all in on Ukraine winning. And whatever they do diplomatically is their choice. But obviously, we've been negotiating with Iran, maybe not directly face-to-face, but the JCPOA was under negotiation. Whatever you think about the prospects for the JCPOA, there's no legal barrier to our negotiating diplomatically. On the second question, yes, we are reaching our limit. Absolutely. We ought to be using the Defense Production Act. That's the answer to your question. We need to use the Defense Production Act for a variety of different arms and weapons platforms, including the Javelin missiles. We've already sent 1/3 of our total inventory of Javelin missiles, or more, to Ukraine. Replenishing those stocks means ordering defense manufacturers to do more of them and not be selling Javelin missiles to countries where our own national security isn't involved. They may have contracts with those countries, but they should be focusing where our national security is involved, and the Defense Production Act is the answer.
Just to add to it, I couldn't agree more with what he said. There was a time when we were the arsenal of democracy. We need to embrace that again. That's just a fact. I just got back from Taiwan. The F-16s that they need yesterday are being made in Greenville, South Carolina. So I think you'll see Senator Blumenthal and myself, Democrats and Republicans, urging the military-industrial base of America to ramp up, which means we need to put more money in the pipeline. As to how this war ends, it really is up to Ukraine, but here's what I would say. Russia needs to change for a victory for the world. As long as Russia is in the hands of Putin, he's propping Assad up, who is designated the state sponsor of terrorism. Now, it doesn't mean you can't negotiate, but it does mean you made a clear moral decision that Putin's Russia is in a very limited group of people on the planet. And what I would hope is that when the Ukrainians try to end this slaughter, that they understand that all the people who died in the Ukraine died for a purpose. They fought. They fought for their freedom, the integrity of Ukraine. So the designation is deserved, and it will stay on Putin's Russia as long as they're a state sponsor of terrorism. We can do two things at once.
And by the way, I just want to add that nations can be designated and then taken off the list. For example, Iraq, South Yemen, Libya, and Sudan were on that list and have been removed. So this is not, you know, irrevocable.
Not that it would ever possibly happen, but does Putin belong in a jail cell, in a prison?
I think Putin deserves to be investigated for war crimes committed on his watch by his forces. I think it goes back 20 years. He's killed people that oppose him. He's jailed people that are opposition. He is supporting the biggest thugs in the world. The Wagner Group is just parading around the planet in Mali as I speak today, trying to disrupt. I think the International Criminal Court is right to look at Putin as a war criminal individually. I think it would be in our interest to aid them in that investigation. Let's look at it this way. When this is all said and done, and he's not held accountable, every law in the book becomes a joke.
And I agree totally. I would just add that whether it's the ICC or some other body, he should be investigated, held accountable, and punished to the extent it is possible to do. I'm under no illusions about that happening tomorrow, but as a matter of principle, who can see the pictures of those Ukrainians with their hands tied behind their backs, shot in the head, the stories, the graphic stories of what Russian soldiers have been doing to Ukrainians? It certainly qualifies as war crimes.
Two questions, Senators. The first, the Biden administration has been hesitant thus far to make this kind of designation. As early as for yesterday, Jen Psaki said that they're still hesitant to do that. She named other provisions that they've already taken, other steps they've taken. Have you had conversations with Democratic leadership to get this as part of the supplemental package? And then I'll ask you my second question.
I'm not going to talk about my conversation with Democratic leadership, but let me just make the point that members of Congress over the last almost decade have been ahead of the executive branch on this issue under several administrations. I worked with Senator McCain on amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, and when Senator Graham was on the committee, he worked with us to provide lethal arms to Ukraine. As far back as 2000, I think it was 2015, 2016. So there is a trend here of Congress being a little bit ahead of the administration, maybe putting some pressure on the administration, all to the good, not necessarily being critical, but still being ahead. And I think perhaps that's what's happening here. And I hope there will be a vote on it. But even if there isn't, and the Secretary of State were to say tomorrow, you know what, I've thought about it, and we ought to designate them as a state sponsor of terrorism, that's the result that we're seeking.
Yeah, let me just, Senator Schumer included our war crimes resolution urging the United States to help the ICC within the confines of our law to support the investigation. Senator Blumenthal was leading. It's true of Republican and Democratic administrations that when it comes to arming the Ukraine, it's been a difficult process. The Congress has been pushing. Here's what I believe. I believe the designation is warranted, that there is no salvaging. You know, the President Macron may have said something today that, or yesterday, that's true, is disturbing, and I like him a lot. We can't humiliate Putin when we end this war. Bull. It's not about humiliating Putin. It's about calling him out for the war criminal he is. That way of thinking needs to end. If you're embarrassed by saying that Putin needs to go, then there's something wrong with you. He needs to go. That's up to the Russian people. We're not going to invade Russia. We're not going to put ground troops in Ukraine, but we're going to support Ukrainian victory, and victory is expelling the Russians, trying to end this slaughter. But what I think is that the designation is warranted, and 90 senators at least would vote for this. So to the administration, I understand your concerns and your reluctance, but what we're trying to do is demonstrate to you that the American people will be behind you if you go down this road.
In addition to the request you both are making, there are other provisions like the Afghan Advancement Act, refugee provisions, the oligarch sanctions, do you worry that adding those things to the supplemental package might muddy the waters and make it harder for people to vote for it?
Okay, the Afghan Readjustment Act, there's some problems. We're working with Senator Coons and others. Just give us some time. I think that's probably more than the market will bear. But in terms of this, the Ukrainian Rada, is that what you call it? The parliament, asked us a week ago to designate Russia as state-sponsored terrorism because they believed it would help turn the tide of the war. This is one tool in the toolbox. You're going to see me vote for a $40 billion package if it's reasonably structured. Because if this is not an emergency, Putin losing to me is priceless. It's priceless. Whatever the cost we need to bear, let's get this right, because if we don't, China will surely invade Taiwan. So I just really think that this designation would enhance the package. And that's what I would say to Senator Schumer. That's what I would say to Senator McConnell, what I'd say to Secretary Blinken.
And it's directly related to the package. The Afghan, and I'm a supporter, and I'm hoping that it will pass. I've been an advocate of enabling more Afghan at-risk allies to escape the Taliban. They have targets on their backs. Their situation is dire and dangerous. We owe them safe passage out of Afghanistan, but that's a measure that has to be considered separately.
Thank you. This resolution mentions Georgia as one of the target of Russian Federation. When, and I'd like to follow up on that, when the administration officials testified in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, senators asked about other vulnerable countries in Russia's neighborhood, Moldova and Georgia. They had concern that Russia can continue its aggression against these countries. I wonder if you share this concern and what the Congress and administration are doing to help these countries to defend themselves in case Russia continues its aggression against them.
Well, I do share the concern that he will go further than Ukraine. There's two provinces in Georgia that are occupied, talking about opening another front in Moldova, right? So the theory that Ukraine is run by Nazis is a joke, is offensive to the Ukrainians fighting for their freedom. But this idea that NATO is the cause of this aggression, the Pope is a good holy man, but when the Pope suggests that NATO was partially responsible for Putin's action, that is just absolutely unequivocally wrong. Putin announced last June his plans. His plans are to rewrite the European map, right? To recreate the Soviet Empire, the former Soviet Union, as much as he can. And Dick and I believe with all our heart and soul, if we don't stop him in Ukraine, he's going further. And that's why the designation is so important, because for 20 years he's been doing things that would justify this designation, violating the sovereignty of countries, but his plan is far beyond the Ukraine. So to me, designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism will add teeth to the package. And yes, I worry about Georgia. Yes, I worry about Moldova. But there'll come a time when the Russian generals are going to have to pick. You're going to have to pick following the orders of this madman or the future of your own country. People worry about nuclear exchanges. Nobody wins a nuclear war. I think most everybody in the Russian military infrastructure understands that. But there'll come a time when the Russian military operation, special operation in Ukraine will be seen by Russians as the end of Russia being an acceptable member of the international community. The sooner we can get that message to the Russian military and the Russian people, the better.
And to answer your question very directly, by now we should have learned.
Yes, amen.
Putin is a thug and a bully. He will continue, in fact, become an increasing threat to Europe and the world unless he is stopped. That's why our own national security is at risk. Designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism will embolden other European countries and the world to treat him as a bully and a thug and to avoid dealing with him.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Dr. Todd Myers. He is a professor of political economy at Grossmont College. Doctor, thanks for being with us here on the show. The main conversation today from the White House, President Biden making remarks on inflation and the economy here at home, saying, quote, "I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority." He went on to say that they're trying to target these high prices that Americans are dealing with by easing supply chain congestion, cracking down on price gouging, and releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We've seen him take different initiatives, introduce new things. Is it going to be enough to alleviate inflation for the average American?
It's very difficult to see what President Biden is doing is going to have an immediate effect on price levels and inflation in the United States. Loosening up the oil supplies a little bit by tightening up world oil markets, by engaging in an aggressive war in the Ukraine and so on, is not really going to reduce kind of inflationary pressures created by the energy market. I can't imagine that. President Biden's direction in terms of his Build Back Better policy, which hasn't taken off, obviously, what was probably to try to reorient us away from a fossil fuel economy, and that probably contributed to inflationary pressures that we're experiencing. And expanding a little bit of oil exploration and development won't undo those kinds of harms, most likely. And the ability to get supply chains working, I don't know how he does that. Supply chains are complicated and developed over time, and they were severely disrupted, obviously, by COVID, and now they have to kind of organically put themselves back together.
Well, none of this is a quick fix. I'm not an economist, but I know that a lot of it is going to take some time and some changes to be able to see the fruition. But how much worse do you think it potentially could get before it gets better?
Well, hopefully it doesn't get much worse. The Fed is taking action to try to raise interest rates, with target rates now being set at about 2.5%. That may take some of the wind out of the sails of the inflationary boat, I guess. But the problem is that then we might face some sort of a recession at that point. And how aggressively are they going to continue to raise interest rates to try to get inflation under control? We could be stuck with moderate inflation above the Fed's target 2% for a couple years or so. And who knows what will happen after that. But it's related to, obviously, productivity. Do we make more stuff? Do we become more efficient and all these things? And do we expand the amount of stuff to be commensurate with the money supply? And that's not necessarily an easy thing to do.
Well, with inflation, I mean, we're seeing higher gas prices, and we're also seeing higher food prices, which is causing Americans to get nervous about a food crisis. Am I going to be able to put food on the table for my family if prices keep going up? But it's not just a problem here at home, it's a problem globally, right?
Well, it's not. It can be a serious problem for some people towards the bottom end of the economy here in the United States. But I believe something like 1/3 of Americans are obese. So where food insecurity isn't a major existential threat to us, it is something that's unpleasant to deal with, to have to try to figure out a budget. And it can be very difficult for possibly 80% of the population that actually has to work within a budget of some sort to be able to make ends meet. In terms of the global market, what's happening here in the United States is peculiar to our own sort of issues with regards to our energy markets that we've been trying to rework, our supply chains that have been disrupted, the expansion of the money supply and its distribution in the market to push up prices, for example, on stocks and things like that, at least up until recently. So that's our issue. In terms of the global market, they've got other problems because the uncertainties caused by the war in the Ukraine, higher energy prices and so on, do disrupt supply chains. You have to move food to one place to another. Even though the world's production of wheat has expanded since the Ukraine war, which is good news in a sense, there are probably possibilities of supply chain disruption, which is bad news. And of course, food prices have been climbing on the basis of these sorts of uncertainties. And so places in the Sahel in sub-Saharan Africa, where hunger is often a very serious issue or concern, have some food inflation, 30% in, for example, a place like Niger. But to focus on the locality of markets, I don't believe inflation has penetrated into Chad, for example. And so, but given that there are like 800 million people who are malnourished on planet Earth, anything that can disrupt food supply chains for food and increase the cost of producing food will have harms, and it'll probably push maybe 20 some odd more million people into acute hunger, which is not good.
But you're saying that it's not as big of an issue here in the United States.
I'm things will have to get a lot worse for Americans to be worried about food issues on the scale that people in other parts of the world worry about. But we will feel it kind of in terms of our consumption choices. We'll be annoyed by a lack of purchasing power of our currency. We'll be annoyed at the fact that our salaries will be slowly eroded in terms of their purchasing power. And so we will be looking for somebody to incentivize productivity so that we can, again, have more stuff for the money that we hold.
Well, what about even certain exports? This is a completely different conversation, but things like baby formula, we're having issues getting here in the United States. Could that potentially happen with other, household items or certain loved foods? Could we see them just completely cut off?
Well, for example, I believe half of the world's sunflower oil is produced in the Ukraine and things like that. And so if you were an aficionado of sunflower seeds or sunflower oil, you might notice the prices of those commodities going up, and they might become scarcer. And for example, the cost of butter has been increasing as people have been substituting butter for sunflower seed oil. So there are all sorts of little disruptions like that that can weave themselves into our daily life. But we are often so wealthy. I believe our average per capita GDP is something like $63,000. We're so wealthy that these things we often just don't notice as existential threats to ourselves, which thank goodness that's the case.
Yeah, that is something to highlight, the positive aspects of what we have here in the United States. We really are so blessed. We are so lucky, and inflation is just something that we're going to have to work through. But I think everyone's question on their mind is for how long, and that timeline you're saying is really unknown.
Yeah, that would be the most intelligent thing anybody could say, that we don't know how long it's going to last. I'm not going, oh my God, this Biden plan is the best plan I've ever seen on God's green earth, and it's going to solve the problems of inflation immediately. The Fed's interest rate issue, I take that a little bit more seriously as they raise those interest rates, but I'm also concerned about a possible recession if they try to get inflation too aggressively under control. But that might be what they have to do to get our money back to its par value.
If you were in the Biden administration right now, what would your first step be?
Wow, resign? No.
Step away.
No, that's very difficult stuff to figure out, because, because government should not be the source of all our solutions to every problem we face. And government has become even larger than it's ever been at any time because of the disruptions of the economy that are created by COVID. And I think it surpassed the percentage of GDP that we used during World War II. And so I would want to figure out, how could we extricate ourselves from trying to pretend we're solving everything and allow forces with better information and knowledge about what to do let local businesses do more of the problem solving for us, and maybe taking a more humble perspective on what the government should do, so we could possibly allow a lot of people to get to work and to solve problems and make stuff for us.
Well, I think that's a great answer. Dr. Todd Myers, any last thoughts?
Too many. I'll keep them all to myself to save humanity. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for that warm welcome. It's good to be back in Houston, and I want to thank Ambassador Jerejian for the hospitality as well as his great leadership and the inspiring words that he expressed today. It is an honor to be back here at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. It truly is, as those of you gathered here have helped make it so, one of the nation's premier think tanks. And of course, it's named for one of America's premier statesmen, Secretary James Baker. I'm a great admirer of Secretary James Baker, who I am told at age 93 is actually on a safari in Africa. An extraordinary man who I think deserves every bit of applause from a nation for his lifetime of service. So join me in thanking Secretary James Baker for his hospitality and his lifetime of leadership. And I'm told for 30 years, scholars and statesmen and students have gathered here at this institute, in Secretary Baker's words, to build a bridge between the world of ideas and the world of action. And that's what brings me here today to speak to all of you about energy independence. The principles and ideas you've elevated here, particularly in the area of energy, here in Houston, the energy capital of the world, I believe will shape the discourse on this vital issue in the life of our nation at an enormously important time. It's also good for me to be back. I was here when I had a day job back in 2019 as vice president. I thought this was just the right place to come and talk about the cause of freedom all across the Western Hemisphere, and I'm delighted, Mr. Ambassador, to be back. We gather today at a time when America is facing an onslaught of left-wing policies on energy from the Biden administration that is weakening America at home and abroad. Everyday Americans are facing hardship. Inflation's at a 40-year high, and gasoline prices are the highest ever recorded. The time has come for action. The time has come to unleash American energy and restore America's power. But I came here to deliver this message because in a very real sense, Houston and all of Texas is not just the energy capital of America, but in many ways the energy capital of the world. And that's a testament to the entrepreneurial spirit here in Texas. It's also a testament to generations of Texas leaders. So let me take a moment just to pay tribute to a friend of mine, one of America's great governors and a great leader for American energy independence, Governor Greg Abbott. I'll also tell you the energy industry has always been a special place in my heart. Because I grew up in a family that ran gas stations all across southern Indiana. In fact, by the time I was old enough to wear a Marathon gas station uniform, I was running out onto the drive, pumping gas, washing windshields, and working my way through college as a gas station attendant. And for those of you under the age of 40, we'll explain later what a gas station attendant was. But going to work in what my dad used to affectionately call the oil business enshrined in my heart a special appreciation for the role that gasoline, that oil, that this industry plays in the vitality of our communities and our nation. When I was a member of Congress, I fought to expand American domestic energy production. As a governor, I championed Indiana's historic coal industry and natural gas. But I must tell you, it was a great privilege for me to be vice president in the most pro-energy administration in American history. In 2017, just months after taking office, I'm proud to report the Trump-Pence administration declared that we were going to usher in a new era of American energy independence. And in 48 months, we made America energy independent, and we made America the world's greatest energy superpower. It's extraordinary. For decades, America had lived at the mercy of foreign energy suppliers. The experts warned that our domestic resources were scarce, that the world was rapidly running out of oil, and that the only way to solve the problem was through draconian restrictions on the production and use of America's energy resources. But under the Trump-Pence administration, we saw the world differently. We recognized the truth that America had a virtually limitless supply of energy right under our feet. We recognized those resources belong not to the government, but to the American people. And we knew that if we unleashed American energy, we could create millions of jobs, unlock tremendous source of prosperity, and reclaim American sovereignty from foreign suppliers. And I'm proud to report that's exactly what we did. Under the Trump-Pence administration, we ended the war on American